Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. NHCS Davis Cheshire has warned of another nationwide blackout if appropriate investment is not channeled towards bolstering power supply across the country. Cheshire said the power supply lines in the country are overloaded, which continues to aggravate the transmission of electricity to Kenyan homes.
The amount of power which the line can carry. So instead of pushing the lines to an overload, we will basically give the line the load that it can carry and therefore have some kind of scheduled load shedding so that we do not unnecessarily have to bring down the whole country because of an overload which cascades all the way down. But more importantly, have a scheduled load shed in particular areas where the lines are seriously constrained. That is not to say we don't have enough power, but where a line is constrained and it cannot carry so much power, why push the line to carry what it cannot carry and cause a national trip?
Admitting that the government is grappling with power supply challenges, Cheshire stated that a number of mitigations have been proposed to help tame the perennial power outages in the country.
We are also constructing a new 132 to 33 kV Sondu station or line and substation to further improve the supply to South Nyanza. If we were to have enough time to talk about how we service South Nyanza from Moroni to Chemosit, Sotik to Kigathi, Ndiwa, and then Awendo, we could actually service by building a direct link from Sondu to Ndiwa.
This comes as Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has asked police to investigate possible acts of sabotage and cover-up at the JKIA. These after a section of the airport was plunged into darkness for the third time, owing to failure by the backup generators to kick in. The High Court has issued conservatory orders barring EPRA from reviewing fuel prices upwards following the hearing and determination of a petition filed by Kituo Cheshire. The civil society organization had moved to court in a bid to prevent EPRA from revising this month's pump prices, as its prices is already unbearable for Kenyans. Through the organization's Director of Legal Affairs, Annette Mbogo, the organization stated that fuel prices in Kenya have reached historical heights, causing concern and economic strains for both citizens and businesses. The government has increased bursaries under the constituency's development fund to ensure smooth landing. This follows the signing into law of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill by President William Ruto. The law increases the allocation from 35% to 40%, a move that will facilitate continuity and completion of education by students. The additional funds will also cater for school feeding programs, especially in drought-stricken areas.
I'm particularly very excited about NGCDF amendment. It gives us an opportunity to work with members of parliament in every constituency to tackle two pressing matters. The matters of managing our environment because of the effects of climate change. We have to be deliberate in making sure that we engage a whole of society approach, in making sure that we intervene in various spaces that will help us manage environmental degradation, management of our water towers, management of our wetlands, and mobilizing the whole of society to intervene in that space that all of us now agree.
This other Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu says that the NGCDF funds will be released by January 18th to support students who are joining Form 1. And Secretary General of Jubilee, Jeremiah Kioni, has now claimed that President William Ruto will not be re-elected in the general election 2027. Speaking in Lamu, Kioni has also raised claims that President Ruto will not run for president through the UDA party in that election.
William Ruto will not run on UDA. Hata kuwa na UDA 2027. Kwa hivyo kama unafikiria hapo ni nyumbani, pia umepotea. Utaachwa kule kwa mataa. William Ruto is a one-term president. Hawezi pata la pili. Kwa hivyo kama ujui nyumbani ni wapi, uliza wale ambao wanajua. Na nyumbani ni Jubilee.
He's also continued to criticize President William Ruto's trips abroad.
Mtu akifanya mambo kama haya, na saa hii amewasalimia, nimesikia ako Djibouti. Ruto ameenda Djibouti, hiyo ni country ya 44, sasa ako Djibouti. Musalia naye ako Radan kucelebrate 60 years ya Kenya. Hawezi celebrate hapa, wanaenda kule. Hapa Kenya imekuwa ni pahali ya kuja mchana, wanaenda kulala huko. Imekuwa kama pahali ya wanyamapori. Is a game reserve. Wanakuja mchana, usiku wanalala kwingineko.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba. Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, hawa watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is one of the hottest show that we can never miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives the real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you are showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say, you cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. You know, that's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person, or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is that? So who is a hustler?
Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence, you can't even
windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
On this 60th Jamhuri Day, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Traffic this morning probably not going to go in any crazy directions. Probably want to move in closer to Uhuru Gardens and see what that might look like. But if you're coming off a Thika Superhighway and even Jogoo Road at this hour where there's normally traffic, not going to find any of that, at least not for now this Tuesday morning. Coming out of Westlands, you're doing all right. And then getting out of the city as well, probably looking at movement here and there, but nothing at any kind of levels this morning, and we're likely to see the same through most parts of today. But we're going to keep an eye on things nonetheless. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Keep things moving this Jamhuri Day.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Ikiti kwa wapi bwana? We? Hey. This is Sinatabu, my friend.
No, you're in your kingdom. Unatusumbua hapa.
Sinatabu. Wape leta mbele.
Hey, Lord in heaven.
You won't even go down.
Sisi naangalia wewe.
Haya. Tosha basi.
Hapo. Ai, imeshuka kweli.
Imeshuka bwana.
Imeshuka? Allah!
Wewe si kama bei ya mafuta.
Hey, bei ya mafuta ni mabaki juu. Juu zaidi. Juu zaidi.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu. Tukufu Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda,
twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka, Kenya nchi yenye baraka,
tumekomboa Kenya taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo, tutalinda katiba mpya.
Hey, my friends. My friend, this is that day. Yeah? This is that day for tushangilie. Yeah? Daima. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo ya kuvunja amani. Daima. Daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele. Sitaiacha Kenya nchi yangu, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. You know what they used to say in that song? Na nikienda ngambo nitarudi, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Wala sitapotoshwa na wageni, mimi ni mwana Kenya daima. Yeah, it was countering. It was that a time when Moi was saying that foreign elements are influencing Kenyans to be unpatriotic.
Yeah.
Kenya?
At 60.
At 60. City?
Yes, please.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Very good.
And how are you doing?
I'm very well. I'm very well, thank you. Very well, thank you. What do we celebrate on this day? Jamhuri Day. We celebrate that 12th day of December in 1964, when we finally became a republic.
That's it.
Yeah?
Earlier on it was self-rule. Now it's complete.
Now it's complete. Kabisa.
Independence.
It is not at the prime minister of somebody else's sovereign. No.
It's the whole caboodle. You've got it.
Okay.
Country's yours.
This
is it. We've got it. It's ours.
So Madaraka Day for Kenya then was self-rule.
Self-rule.
So Jamhuri is complete independence.
Absolute.
Yes. Voila.
We
became a republic.
We're in charge. Kabisa. Full.
Tukagua republic.
No half measures.
And here we are, 60 years down the line.
Did something happen on 12th December 1963?
I don't understand your question.
So, when
What's
was
the
that first
significance
rule?
of this day?
It was 1st June 1963, right? It was in June 1963 that Jomo Kenyatta became Prime Minister. And so we attained internal self-rule.
Yes.
When did we become a republic? A year later.
1 year later.
Right? So on the 12th of December 1963, did anything happen?
You know, I understand the question you asked the same way I understood it when you first asked it. As in, what happened? As in, did it rain?
Was there an event in 1963?
Yes.
In December 1963?
Yes.
What was it?
It's a celebration of independence.
And what happened in June?
Celebration of self-rule. Let me explain.
Explain.
What I'm told, I was alive then, but my understanding of things was at a very basic level.
Or what, 5?
I was born in 1958, do the maths.
Okay.
So, from what I'm told, 1963, June, my friend, the celebrations were phenomenal. This place called Uhuru Garden down, which has been turned into a museum and many other things. I'm told that's where the function took place. Flag lowered.
The Union Jack.
The Union plus the Jack were lowered. That flag behind you
was raised.
And the jubilation was immense.
And Kisoi Munyao was at Mount Kenya.
Yes.
Doing the same thing.
Scaling the heights. The very idea that you are going to have your own ruler in charge. See, I think that the idea of prime minister was lost. We had a president.
Yeah, as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, as far as we're concerned, we were now, this thing we're looking for had arrived. Self-rule was independence. Yes. So, from that perspective, I now understand your question.
Okay.
So when we actually got independence, okay. The significance.
So now in December, what was it?
It's now president. Now, and Apisho Kama president. That one, I think the ceremony revolved around somebody being declared prime minister, and now this same individual, we didn't change, we're very consistent here.
President.
Same guy here is now president.
Okay. Was that in 1963?
I'm not really sure. Because when you ask it, I'm not really sure. Yes.
I always get confused with those dates. Because yes,
when you ask it now, and I'm thinking about it, if you ask me, I'll tell you, yes, we got independence in 1963. Now when you ask it, I'm thinking,
hold on a minute, what actually happened?
Do you actually?
That's interesting, and I think it's a point of information for folks to really know what exactly happened when.
Yes.
Yeah, because the two significant days that are celebrated, being the 1st of June and the 12th of September.
Of December,
beg your pardon. So what exactly is commemorated? What exactly happened on those particular days and in what years that then bears the significance?
Yeah.
I think a lot of folks are like you, Eric, who are confused, not really sure what happened.
My confusion is actually, when was the first 12th December marked?
Celebration.
Was it 12th of December 1963 or was it 1964? 1st of June 1963, that I'm clear of.
Was the first flag
Jomo Kenyatta becomes
hoisted?
Prime Minister.
Yeah. Was it hoisted in 1963 or did that happen a year later? When complete independence was then now declared for Kenya.
The thing is,
12th of today is Republic, a Jamhuri.
Yes, not internal self-rule.
Yeah, and so independence was at 1st of June. That internal self-rule is independence.
So what is this?
It's Republic.
So when
that's what we call it, Jamhuri Day. Jamhuri ya Kenya.
Okay.
Jamhuri is a republic.
Okay.
And actually, if you look at these countries we keep talking about, they also have those that significant distinction. The self-rule and when they became a republic. Some states, when they were declared, when self-rule was declared, and then when they actually became a republic, in all these, there's that distinction.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when we mark 60 on the 12th of December, 60 minus 12th of December minus 2023 is 63. That means that this thing was happened in 63.
That is exactly what the maths tells you.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, see my confusion.
No.
Kaiser Obed says it was 1964. Yeah, I know there's something that happened in 1964. But was there something also in 1963?
It is
because a year, maybe
to commemorate
a year after you became fully independent in December, but then a year after you now became a republic.
Yes.
That means an election has taken place or something.
And also remember, you are asking the question, and a valid one. So, should we not have commemorated that self-rule?
We do.
No, we do. You're saying a year down the line.
In 1960?
Yes.
4.
Yes. Or are we saying that, okay, self-rule, June, then a couple of months down the line, independence? Is that what really happened? No, it was a year later. And here, you know, what you just asked has made me realize I have taken this thing for granted and I assumed I know. Now when you ask and I'm thinking, okay, what do I actually know?
What exactly is what is what? Hey. Yeah. We'll ask a constitutional lawyer who will be joining us at 9 a.m. His name is Harun Dubi. He'll come at 8 a.m. Harun Dubi is a constitutional lawyer. He'll join us at 8 a.m. He will tell us, he will teach us this whole story. What is what and what is where, okay? But because I don't know, all those teachers in school and still left through 1 year. So Harun Dubi joins us at that 8 a.m. to discuss Kenya at 60. At 9 a.m. we'll be joined by Stephen Ombanyo Osieyo. He's an author. A book called Luo of Kenya. Not The Luo of Kenya. Luo of Kenya. Chronicled profile of clans. So he looks into how many clans are there in Luo.
I have absolutely no idea.
He'll tell us.
That's why he's coming here to tell us.
He will tell us.
I can tell you there are more than 2.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well done.
I can see them here. Wait, there are many. Wait. From chapter 1 all the way
to 45.
To chapter 45. Those are clans.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yimbo waondo uyoma usonga ugenya suna girango suba seme sakwa kadera sakwa rachunyu nyakachi muhuru kabwai komenya kochia Kisumu kawango karungu kanyimachi kanyikela kanyamwa kanyamkago kanyakwar kanyadoto kanyada kano kamgu. Which one are you?
Kano.
That's why I got there and I asked you. I figured.
I've heard this before.
So he will be here at 9 to talk about this book and what it chronicles exactly. Sawa. And then at 7 a.m. So the president of Kenya and the president of Germany met a couple of months ago in the Republic of Kenya. The president of Kenya then followed up that visit with a visit to Germany, where they are talking about job opportunities for Kenyans in Germany. This is not just Kenya in Germany. So we have job opportunities for Kenyans in Germany, job opportunities for Kenyans in the UK, job opportunities for Kenyans in Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, job opportunities for Kenyans in Canada, and so on and so forth. Does it mean that we're just sending people out? Or can we actually have those job opportunities being exercised within the country? People working from here and going. Professor Dr. Karl-Heinz Parquet is the chairman of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation and is a former state finance minister in Germany. He'll be joining us at 7 a.m. to have that conversation. So when you talk about people going to work in Germany, must they live? Or should they not? Senior?
Leave.
Leave? They should?
No, as in, I'm just saying, the word you're saying is
it's
leave.
Got it. See, it's for living.
Right.
Live ile ya kwenda.
See ile ya...
Live.
Okay.
25 after 6. What do you want to do?
Weather. Only.
Or we just combine. Traffic saa moja. Say weather.
Kama kuna kitu.
Sawa. So do like that quickly.
Sawa.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Cloudy conditions at 16 in Nairobi, highs of 25 and also lows of 15 today. Also lows of 13 in a clear Nakuru, going to highs of 26, and it's 16 and cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 25 and lows of 15. It's clear at 13 in Eldoret with highs of 24 and lows of 12, while in Mombasa it'll be a sunny morning. It's currently 25 degrees. It will go to highs of 31. Malindi, sunny at 25 with highs of 31 as well. And into a clear Kisumu at 19, we'll see highs of 27. 27 will also be the high in a clear Kakamega at 17. Kampala this morning is cloudy at 20 with highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny at 25 with highs of 31 and lows of 24. Mogadishu sunny at 26, going to highs of 31, and at 11 degrees Addis Ababa is clear with highs of 25 through Tuesday. Johannesburg is cloudy at 14 with highs of 27, and looking into a mostly clear Lagos at 25, we'll see highs of 33 and highs of 29 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 24. It's -3, mostly cloudy in Beijing Tuesday afternoon already with highs of 0 and lows of -3. And we're looking into a mostly cloudy Paris at 11 with highs of 14 and lows of 9, while London is heavily raining at 10. It'll go to highs of 12 and lows of 8. 3 degrees, clear conditions Monday night in New York. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 8 and lows of 0.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Darkness, that's what's on the front page of the Standard this morning. Wait, am I supposed to greet people? See, I'm just going ahead. I'm very sorry. Forgive me. Pardonnez-moi. Tout le monde.
No, holiday mode. Holiday.
Prairie. David Weed says, good morning, people tuned in. Good morning, people and Ednah. Can you say we've been reduced to... She's even duffing her hat for you. Good morning, people and Ednah, tuned in from Bahrain. Okay, Davis, we got you. CT Ndu, Eric, Ednah, happy Jamhuri Day celebration. Lilongwe is peaceful, says Don Sabwa. But again, there is a national blackout. Even you. Join the club. Carol Nyabura says, good morning, a happy Jamhuri Day. Now, Apenda Sana. Agnes Top says, good morning, Spice Family. Pipeline, Ikondani, Salimia Ednah. Ednah, Leo. Esfan Gikonyo says, power is temporary, like in JKIA, singing Yatapita by Diamond. Yeah? You're singing? Oh, okay. Geraldine Chieng says,
Yana mwisho.
City's wondering what's wrong with you.
Geraldine, diamond, is that
diamond?
The double golded, what do you call, precious stone metal?
Okay, I've got it.
Eshfran Gikonyo says, good morning, power is temporary. Geraldine Cheng says, happy Jamhuri Day. Gilbert Kirui says, good morning, tuned in from Lafi in Mandera County. Jeffrey Mogaka says, good morning, Titi Eric, and happy Jamhuri Day. Lloyd Tok Tok, Ikondani kabisa.
Very good.
Salamu kwa Ednah Nyaboke, tafadhali.
Salamu mingi.
Cyprian Kamboni says, good morning, happy Jamhuri Day from Minnesota. Tuning from Mombasa, that's where Eric Mpogo is. Isaac Babji says, CT Eric and Ndu, I am aware that you are in the studio. Allah. Emmanuel says, good morning from New Delhi. Alex Imnai says he's tuned in from Lucille. And happy Jamhuri Day, good morning from Voi. Rogers Nyange says, good morning, Team Spice, wishing you a great Jamhuri Day. Good morning, good morning. Desmond Otis is asking, ule mtu wa stima tutamleta lini? Okay.
Yeah.
Leban Sialo says, good morning, my precious people. I know KPLC is trending for the failures, but who will blame KAA for the incompetence? Let's stop pointing fingers at the government due to individuals' error. Really? Kamal Kabudha says, happy Jamhuri Day, fellow Kenyans. Spice up, you guys. Mubarike Sana from New York. I wish Kenya was alive to celebrate Jamhuri. Owen, what are you saying? Karanjan Jehia says, I'm not quite sure in wishing folks a happy Jamhuri Day, but why? With everything that's going on today. But to the heroes and heroines who made it happen, we continue to salute you for your sacrifices. Indeed. CT, I love the hat, says Moneki. Afro-Jamaican says, good morning from cold Toronto. Latif usidanganywe na wageni. Meaning what? Nothing to celebrate. Why is that? And Kenyobu is asking, was that composer ever compensated for that song? Andrew Mark says he's resting in the duvets and sheets.
Shangilia, Kenya.
Yeah. What did it happen?
The guy who composed it worked for the government.
Okay, well, something like that. Martino says
It was government property.
Martino says 1964 is when the Queen left as head of state, and 1963 December was independence.
Okay.
Something like that. Okay, good morning. Wiki says the KPLC are jokers. Why? A danger of employing one ethnic group to manage KPLC without qualifications. Jimmy Reka says good morning. Happy holidays. We're there, huh? 60 years and not yet to Huru. Really? Patrick Osare says the song's composer is still at it. He'll be leading a choir at today's national celebrations. Eddie Odwar, good morning. How are you? You say you're in Chotopondo. Where is that city? Chotopondo. Okay, sorry. Don't worry. Just don't be angry.
That sounds like Malawi. Those things that Don Sabo tells us.
Those are the things that CT say, Chotopondo. I turned on my blender and immediately the lights went out. I thought the blackout was local, only to realize it was national. Now Chirchir blames people of Koru and Mohoroni for overloading the line.
Kumbe, it is you.
These people who left Kano and went to Moroni.
Ndiawa.
Moroni was doing well before he got there.
Yes. Kenya ni nchi tamu sana, but kuna yule anamalisa Kenya. King Dave says okay. All right. Jack Awera says good morning, everybody. We see you lining up this morning. Karibuni sana. Thanks for joining us.
Sansana City. The proverb?
Yes, we are still in the country of the Republic of Djibouti. Sawa?
Sawa.
Okay. Are we really in Djibouti?
Yes.
No, just want to be sure. If we're not sure of independence,
that's why we were yesterday.
Even Djibouti, one may not be sure. You know, this 1963
story.
Yes. What an adult sees from the ground, a boy cannot see even if he climbs a silk cotton tree. I have no idea what a silk cotton tree is.
It's very tall.
It's taller.
Yes.
Okay.
A what?
What an adult sees from the ground, a boy cannot see, even if he climbs a silk cotton tree.
So a silk cotton tree is a very tall tree.
Yeah, according to Ndu, that tree is tall. So we'll take Ndu's word for it.
Always.
All right. Headlines, Basi.
On the front page of the Standard, country in darkness. Sunday's national outage resulted in huge losses for businesses, nightmares for hospitals without backup generators, and frustrations for millions of homesteads. The Energy CS blamed the frequent blackouts on a lack of investment and said rationing, especially in Western Kenya, will help. Even as Road CS blamed JKI power cut on sabotage. Yeah.
Okay. Sabotage.
We'll look at the details of that.
Okay.
Fossil fuel, a hot potato at the Dubai Climate Summit. Just looking at as COP28 UAE wound up. Jamhuri Day. The editor, management and staff of the Standard Group PLC wish our customers, advertisers and clients a happy Jamhuri Day. That is a headline. It's important to note. The hits and misses of as Kenya turns 60, the country celebrates 60 years of independence, a milestone that brings with it lessons learned, those missed and what the future holds for Kenya. It's a special report on page 4 and 6 today. On the nation, dreams of our fathers, milestones at independence. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, founding father, had lofty dreams for the country, ones that would free citizens from poverty, ignorance and hunger and disease. But 60 years later, and with a fifth president just 1 year into office, it's a mixed bag for Kenya, according to this special on 4, 5, 6, 7 and 17. All right, there's an NTSA plan and motorists are facing higher charges in it. Let me tell you.
Okay.
So even there, you might just pay a little bit more. Tickers this morning, put us under. It's over, says man at the center of a Bomet wedding drama. Yeah, so that thing was going on. Whether she met ex-boyfriend, whether she didn't marry. Him, he says, we're not doing again.
I'm done.
Not doing.
Okay.
Load shedding. The South Africans who had been complaining for the last 1 year, we've got load shedding. Yeah, it's coming here. Kenya Power mulls rationing to curb frequent outages. They'll start rationing electricity supply in a bid to ease pressure on the aging electricity line. It does not sound like fun at all. That's it.
Sasa.
Poor.
The Business Daily had a similar headline. Kenya starts power rationing despite excess generation. Kenya Power will start rationing electricity supply, targeting the western region, Kwanza Muhoroni people, to ease pressure on the aging electricity equipment that struggles to accommodate the sudden increase in demand. CES Davis Churchill yesterday said the ministry has turned to load shedding as a short-term solution following the latest countrywide blackout that hit the nation on Sunday evening. Higher. State to pay extra 4.7 billion shillings for botched JKIA terminal. Botched terminal. There was to be a second terminal. It was not built. Nothing done. We are paying an extra 4 points. The government will pay an additional 4.7 billion shillings to 2 Chinese contractors as part of an out-of-court settlement for the cancellation of a tender to build the second terminal at JKIA 8 years ago. A new document from the National Treasury has disclosed that the Kenya Airports Authority and a joint venture of 2 Chinese firms, Anhui Civil Engineering and China Aerotechnology Engineering International Corporation, reached a final agreement early this year. What a lipwa. NTSA shocks motorists with that charge that you're talking about. It's rising by up to 3,900%. What are NTSA services? Number 1, driving license. Number 2, number plate change. Number 3,
all those PSV things.
Yes. Number 3, start with this.
Commercial
driving tests.
Or driving tests, yes.
PSV, TSV, inspections, blah, 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 all those. CA defends smaller cuts on call tariffs. The Communication Authority of Kenya has defended its decision to effect a smaller than recommended cut on mobile termination rates. They say it's a need to strike a balance in protecting investors and customer interests. Troubled Matatu insurer tops unpaid claims. City?
You know, I was looking at this book about the clans. The pictures are very nice.
Okay.
The star, top right-hand corner, it's actually not top right-hand corner, top middle.
Hand corner.
Yes.
Okay.
60 years of Jamhuri. The country has lost many chances in the last 60 years. Manyora.
Okay.
That's page 8 and 9.
Okay.
All right. Cash-strapped poster on the spot for ceding its land. Waste of time. MP's Mal special sitting on report as Azimio split. Okay. Then bang in the middle of the paper, why Kenyatta era PSs face ethics and anti-corruption investigation. Public Accounts Committee lists irregularities against former senior civil servants. Then, Ruto signs 2 bills into law as Uhuru hosts Chinese envoy. This is the picture of these look like cabinet. Yeah, these are cabinet ministers, I think. Yes, they are holding some reddish document. I guess that must be the bills that have been signed into law. Then below that is a picture of the immediate former president Uhuru Kenyatta with a group of individuals, Chinese on the left and some natives who look like Kenyans on the right. There's the immediate former PS for Foreign Affairs.
Macharia Kamau.
Yeah, I can see Macharia Kamau here.
He's chief of staff in retirement.
There's another gentleman here whom I don't recognize. There's a lady here whom I don't recognize, but I don't really need to recognize them for them to be there. Yeah.
What's the photo about?
Sorry. The photo. First photo is President. You know, these presidents are many. President William Ruto standing State House holding these 2 bills. Okay. Now the other picture, they're standing is immediate former President Uhuru, the really shiny looking shirt, sitting, Chinese on his right, and then the other Africans I mentioned on his left. Yes, and they seem to be conversing. But what the picture shows, they're smiling at each other. So that's what I'm seeing. So I can assume they were happy.
What's the headline? What's the significance of the 2 photos?
The significance?
What's the caption?
Caption is this: Ruto signs 2 bills into law as Uhuru hosts Chinese envoy. Okay. Do you want me to explain?
Yes.
Or do you want me to tell you the name of
the true laws about China? I mean, what?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a Chinese ambassador, a gentleman by the name of Zhou Ping Jian. He paid a courtesy call to Uhuru yesterday. And the National Government Constitution Development Fund Amendment Bill, that was the bill I was talking about, and also and the National Lottery Bill at State House. Those are 2 bills that were being signed.
Rotary.
Okay. Not Rotary Club. Not the Rotary.
Lottery.
Yes, this is a lottery.
Okay.
Ile bahati nasibu. Pata potea.
Lottery is lottery.
Not Rotary.
It is Rotary.
Lottery. Lottery. Not lottery, but lottery.
Now, Martha Karua has penned an opinion, Justice in Kenya, a 60-year journey. Very impressive lady, this one. Very impressive. Very impressive. She embarked on a journey that seemed not only perilous, but near impossible to achieve, and she's making strides. This is someone who should be celebrated.
Okay.
Yes. I hope they're going to give her those serious awards that they give people. The OG. What's the highest you could get?
Huh? The highest one.
The OGWG.
Is the one the president gets.
It's called the who?
CGH. So the second level to that's what the Chief Justice receives.
So it's only president who can get CGH?
Yes.
Well, so
why?
The president who's gotten it.
It's the chief.
Yeah. But other people can also get it, surely.
It's possible, I guess.
Or they wait for it to become president
It's
to
yet
get
to happen, but let's see. Seems like an immediate award.
No, this is the government that can do it, because this government does very odd things.
It is written. Who gets what?
See, we can just amend it the way we've amended these other bills.
You go and amend.
We've amended Rotary, we've amended CDF. See, there's an award. That's very simple.
Tell us about the blackout. Is that what you want to tell us, or what do you want to tell us?
I tell you about the blackout.
Or what do you want to tell us?
Let me tell you how you pay a little bit more for your vehicles, things like that.
Okay.
Now, motorists, car dealers face higher fees in NTSA plan. Even the lights in the tunnel, that one, they're switching it off. The transport sector regulator proposes to review its service charges by up to a whopping 3,900% to plug a budget deficit of more than 2.37 billion. So now that we don't have the money, we will get it from you, in other words. A proposal by the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, says the agency has been reporting a deficit in its financial performance over time, with a shortfall of 550 million shillings in the financial year that ended June 30th. Now, they said the gap excludes additional funds required to finance the key road safety programs and recurrent cost of maintenance of ICT systems and licenses for the same. The cumulative deficit as of the 30th of June 2023 was 2.374 million shillings. The total funding gap under the development is 400 million shillings, with 250 million required for the smart driving license and 150 million for the counterpart funding under the development partners. So the long and short of this is that there's a hole in their budget and they need to fill this hole.
Okay.
Now, how they're going to fill the hole is by increasing charges that are levied against you, car user or commercial license needer.
Okay.
Now, they've said they've proposed a drastic increase in the cost of now 45 services that they render, including a percentage increase on what one would pay for the approval of a change of color for a motor vehicle from 500 currently to, guess what? 20,000 shillings. So if your car is black, you want it to be white, please go and find 20k, pay, then we can recolor your car.
That's okay.
Sour. Now, they were speaking after a workshop where they, came to knock heads together to figure out this wonderful resolution. And the board member, Posh Abwara, said, our capacity has been growing. Our challenges have been growing too. We need to improve on our systems. We need to improve on our capacity to manage the road traffic challenges. He revealed that the current budget for the year stands at 4.7 billion shillings, significantly below expectations, leading to a deficit ranging between 500 million and 1 billion. So in other words, the 45 services that they offer to you, count them 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever they may be, that you go to NTSA to procure, there will be an increase in 2024. So don't go and be shocked that to get my driver's license now is going to be 5,000 shillings. If there's a reason and they've told you ahead of time. Oh, I want to get what increase is because they
face to face, Buana. You know, previously, if you wanted to become a used vehicle dealer, you see all these car yards, importing cars and putting them in a yard. All you needed was to pay 4,200 and you get a permit. Now, 100,000. To renew that permit, you need to keep renewing it. Initially, it was 50 Gs
per year.
Yeah, I mean, initially it was 4,200. Now, to renew, 50,000. New license, 100. Renew, 50,000. Can you imagine? Motorists will pay 10,000 shillings up from 1,000 to convert their foreign licenses. You have a foreign driving license.
Yes.
You want to Kenyanize it. Initially, you were paying just a G. Now,
a G.
10,000.
Just pay 1,000, Bob.
Transfer of ownership of motor vehicles with an engine capacity not exceeding 1,000 cc's will now cost you 10,000 bob from 1,600.
Okay, and if your vehicle has...
You've exceeded like that.
It has more horses.
Now go. Multiply. Road service license for vehicles with a carrying capacity of 6 to 8 passengers will cost 5,400 up from 2,700. And so on and so forth. A license for PSV carrying capacity of 9 to 14 will cost 6,400 from 3,200. A license of 15 to 25 passenger vehicles will cost 7,400 from 3,700. This one they've just doubled. The one for PSVs, wamejua hapa hivi tusicheze. This one they've just double. Not
they can't do times 10.
100,000. What do you mean? Interestingly, the fee on transfer of ownership of motor vehicles not exceeding 1,000 bob will be more expensive than the transfer of cars with a capacity of 1,000 to 1,200 cc. New revenue streams include inspection of accident vehicles, 1,500, inspection center license, 200,000, motor vehicle license, 3,000. Yani kila kitu. Turn the steering to the right, 3,000. Turn the steering to the left. Kanyanga brake, 1,000.
Fungua mlango. Funga mlango.
Hey, Kenya. Hey, Kenya. Hey, let's talk about this power rationing story, shall we? So they're saying this is what is going to happen. Power rationing is coming. Churchill said load shedding is a short-term solution that will ensure we do not plug the country into blackouts. By doing this, then we shall be able to remove some feeders and reduce the load flowing through the lines. You understand what we were talking about?
I have no idea.
We are removing feeders and reducing the load. When you reduce the load, now we're able to carry the load.
Okay.
Optimize capacity. He says, generation is not our problem. We have enough power. But the challenge is on transmission, where we are using historically built lines to power the western region. West Kenya and South Nyanza account for 6% or 616 gigawatt hours of the what Kenya Power sold in the year ended June, making the region the fifth biggest consumer of electricity. Customers have been grappling with unreliable supply from Kenya Power, with blackouts averaging 8 hours in a month as of December last year, highlighting the impact of the unreliable grid. Sunday's blackout was the sixth in 3 years, forcing businesses to go for generators, besides leading to deaths at hospitals. On Sunday, the temporary loss of the line to a sudden was attributed to a sudden increase in electricity flow on the Juja-Lesos-Muhoroni link, subsequently overloading transformers at Orkaria 2 and the Dandora-Juja line, which then threw the country into a blackout. Get it?
Sure.
It's okay. Long and short of this,
there was no light.
For a long time, we have not done several things. Number one, we have not upgraded our transmission lines. Okay? Number two, we have not even increased our power production capacity.
But we have.
To look at these things. There's been a 10-year moratorium on new PPAs. 10 years. Remember, even the KPLC MD told us. So new energy generation, 10 years. When you have wind, you have solar, doing like this. And you don't have batteries in those solar stations. So jua ikienda, stima inaenda ya solar. Wind ikienda, stima inaenda. So they're like, now we need to work on something like that.
If these problems are so well known, do we need a blackout for us now to start considering what we need to do?
A blackout will now explain to you why we're doing these things.
And yet it's the same. The MD explained these things very well here. That's how come I even understand what load shedding is. And that line from my neck of the woods, he also explained it. Remember, he explained something that was akin to telling us the circumference of the lines that we have for electricity couldn't circumvent this continent. Okay? And we asked the question, okay, so
why can't you do this through?
Yeah, not the globe.
Yeah, why
our power grid goes 8 times around the globe.
See, me, I was just giving it the continent. Here, Erica's taken to the globe. Now I'm thinking, so we know this, and then it's like you must choose the longest possible route for you
to get from point A to point B.
What he explained here tells you it is understood.
They know.
This is not a problem that we do not know about, which means even these blackouts could be foreseen.
Yes.
Yes.
He even said, even outsiders like Kerea, remember the Kerea person, the Kenya Renewable Energies Association engineer, when he was here, he said, guys, expect blackouts, load shedding coming.
He said it.
Yes, he did.
He said it.
Expect it.
And now
here it is. It's basically the engineers who are the experts on this. They say we need.
Next year.
Or the likelihood also, they said you need how much? It is allocated. Okay.
There ends the good
then
story.
It is yes.
Then it's allocated.
Then it's
and
allocated.
That's it. Yes. Meanwhile, Murkomen, the CS for roads. And those things and transport.
And infrastructure.
Infrastructure squeeze ya iko yoko yo.
Oh, sorry,
You're talking about road and transport. He says he has written to the Inspector General of Police, Japheth Koome, to investigate
everything about
possible
this guy
economic sabotage following the failure of backup generators at JKIA. You know, sasa imemshinda. First time he was like, I'll be there tomorrow morning. This thing will never happen again. He went there tomorrow morning.
It happened
second
again.
To someone. And then he said, Yani, you guys have just been having generators lying down here and you have not connected. Can you connect them immediately? They were connected. Power didn't come on. He kept quiet. He was like, third time. He's like, he is sabotage.
Let me tell you.
How do you explain?
Let me explain.
Generator not coming
Last time when it happened and the generators didn't kick in and he came and made noise the following morning. Made noise. Immediately he left. Those people said, Ujamaa ameenda sawa. Hebu tuendelee. Sikuna steam. We move. That is what You think people started running around chasing their tails trying to fix things and maintain things? They did not.
But they don't even need to fix and maintain stuff. It's just a generator works.
Bad manners,
there
bad
is
behavior.
An entire department that deals with these things at KA.
And that's their job, Bana.
If you go to some of the back end sections of the airport, you see these people when you're going to the cargo section.
Chilling with Mandas.
Just relaxing. They wear the lab coats. Those are your engineers. Those are your maintenance people. There's somebody who is over them. Overall, the supervisor in charge. That's why CT keeps saying. Why CT keeps saying you don't need a CS to go there and make sure that somebody is doing their job.
You know this generator has gotten someone fired.
And now you're saying that it was not necessary.
Let's say you're the new MD.
So he went to the operating system of the generator.
So when he was
let's say you're the new MD. Wouldn't you ensure that this thing does not cool you like the other guy?
If you were thinking rationally, you would.
Yeah. And then there are people also who left. It wasn't just the MD. There were other people. Others were transferred.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You know this thing, imelete shida.
If I do anything, let it be just me looking at this generator and making sure it works. I'm just looking at it. Monday to Friday, I come. Ebu. At a lunch.
And that's why
Let
now
me just look at the generator. You would think.
Murkomen is like, this thing is beyond just thinking. Let it DCI. Because hapa, iko shida. Hii shida is beyond the handshake.
It's not even a handshake.
We can't even say it. This one is
the
previous one he was saying. You see, the previous administration of airport had a new generator they bought, they didn't connect. Now his administration has connected the generator. It's not
This one is not. It's not that the roof is leaking. We cannot blame Uhuru Kenyatta and say that the leak is because of him.
This is your generator. Unless now you tell us they bought the wrong generator. The next line, we discovered actually that the generator they bought, it was painted new, but it was not new. It didn't have a motor.
It's like that horse they bring. The horse they bring is black, is shining. Then it starts to rain.
Donkey.
Zebra. You think you have a new generator? They painted it yellow. Nothing inside. My friend, it's a poor state of affairs.
This is a very... there's nothing else that Kipchumba could now say.
Remember I asked you guys down that night in the group and I said, who is he going to sack tomorrow? Who will he sack? There's nobody to sack. So now, somebody is against us. Our village uncles have come.
And he can't keep quiet
And
because the first time he spoke, if he had told the MD, you speak.
That's what he should have done in the first place. Did we not ask? I mean, must he speak in the first place? He is the minister. Must he speak? There's a PS, there are directors.
There's a chair, there's an MD, there's a chair of the board.
I mean, tell them, guys, can you talk about this? Let the country hear. You speak. It's you. The next person should sack himself because it's him on the line now.
Even them, they were saying, it's not possible. Another blackout like that one happening
Let
again.
me tell you,
it's not possible.
he may even be on. He may even be on to something. What he's saying may even bear some truth. But the problem is, the CS has no business interfering and talking about these things when there's a. I mean, you have a whole.
It's not a big. You see, like now, Chirchir is talking because it's a big. It's at that level. There's a serious issue. Power in the country, generation have brought in together. Ketraco is under me, Kenya Power is under me, generators are under me, so here. So I've heard from the three institutions, we don't have an issue with generation, we have an issue with transmission, and transmission is at this point Ketraco, and in some areas it's co-shared with Kenya Power, right? Now, what it requires is a national decision. Heavy investment to be made. Okay. Kipchumba. Generator.
That's the problem.
Must you speak? And tell us.
Silence is golden.
But remember also, the one thing that Ministry of Chirchir has done, the representative called in the form of the MD has been explaining these things. So when it happens, you actually know. Even we can explain because we've heard it enough times and we've taken notes, we understand. But anyway, enough said on that particular subject. Maybe this is an opportunity to buy new generators.
Because it's still as a Uhuru.
They're bringing the problems.
That's funny. That's funny. We have a minute.
Yes.
A minute.
1 minute.
Yes.
Okay. We won't go into many of the stories. Anyway, that story of that wedding that was to happen in Bomet, and all these stories on social media. A girl called, what's her name? Anaitwa nani? What?
Nelly
Chepkoech.
Yes.
And Amos Rono.
Yes.
And the wedding was called off in the last minute.
Yes.
And then there were rumors about, maybe Nelly was thinking about somebody else. And Nelly came out and said, no, me, it's a pastor who said.
We're not doing again.
The boyfriend has now come out and said, this girl, we are waiting, we are processing our marriage certificate, wedding is tomorrow. She tells me she has another boyfriend.
Imagine. And I've paid for everything and I didn't even have money.
And she has not even told me directly. She has sent a text message to the pastor.
And the pastor now passed the message.
And now the pastor now is telling me, msichana anasema kuna mtu mwingine.
Kesho afanye. Shwels.
Hii Kenya hii. Hi, my friend. 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Jubilee Deputy Chairperson David Murathe has reiterated that retired President Uhuru Kenyatta remains to be the party leader. Murathe has also criticized nominated MP Sabina Chege for claiming the party's leadership position against the law.
Huyu ndiye kwa orodha ako secretary general. Mimi ni vice, Uhuru ni nini? Pate nini? Alafu kuna mrembo mwingine huko, she's not even an official of this party according to the record of the NDC of March 2022. Anaenda huko anajiita the party leader. Mumesikia hiyo? Huyu ni mtu wako na kichwa mzuri. There is a court ruling.
According to Murathe, the court recognizes Kenyatta's leadership, accusing President William Ruto of conspiring to destroy Jubilee.
He's still in love with this party. He wants this party. Basi tumwambie kama anapenda Jubilee sana, yarudi Jubilee. Ama namna gani? This man anaota akichukua icha, lakini sisi tumesema ngo. Me, I was there, Jubilee House, tukifukuza yeye. Akaenda akashikana na wale kwetu tunawaita tugege. Hawa wakaingilia kina mama, wakaenda kanisani, wakaingilia vijana wetu, wakajiita hasla, wakasema kuna dynasty. Sasa hawa ambao walikuwa wanaita hasla na wengi wao ni marafiki zetu, sasa ndio wanalia.
Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya has come out to defend President William Ruto over the high cost of living being experienced in the country. Speaking in Narok, Natembeya said all the leaders must help lower the cost of living. He urged leaders to stop the blame game and unite for development purposes. Natembeya said that lowering the cost of living should not be left to the president to handle alone. He welcomed the National Dialogue report, saying what was agreed will be taken into account. The government has increased bursaries under the constituency's development fund to ensure smooth learning. This follows the signing into law of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Amendment Bill by President William Ruto. The law increases the allocation from 35% to 40%, a move that will facilitate continuity and completion of education by students. The additional funds will also cater for school feeding programs, especially in drought-stricken areas. The government has prioritized dualling of Malaba-Eldoret Highway as a legacy project to enhance its trade, thus boosting revenue collection beyond 7 billion shillings at Malaba OSPB. The project aims to ease traffic congestion, improve efficiency and increase revenue generated through the Malaba border crossing. Speaking at Malaba after attending a funds drive, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula noted that Malaba OSBP remains significant to the government owing to the revenue it generates annually. And a police officer based at Amagoro Patrol Base was last night killed by a runaway vehicle at Koteko roadblock along the Malaba-Bungoma Road in Teso North Sub-County. According to eyewitnesses, the driver of the vehicle, which was suspected to be ferrying smuggled goods, defied the order of police to stop for inspection. Instead, it sped off, running over Police Constable Nancy Jepchumba. The said vehicle sped off towards Bungoma from Malaba border. Constable Nancy was rushed to Kocholia Sub-County Hospital, where she was pronounced dead. On arrival, the body has been moved to Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret, awaiting postmortem and burial. Confirming the incident, Teso North Police Sub-Commander Joseph Matikas said they have launched investigations in a bid to nab and bring to book the driver of the runaway vehicle. The incident came barely 2 months after a similar incident when another police constable, PC Simiyu, was hit by another runaway vehicle at the same scene. He died after undergoing treatment at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. The Coast Water Works Development Agency has restored bulk water supply to Taita Taveta's Voi sub-county following consensus on unpaid bills by Tavevo, the county's water service provider. The restoration of water supply came after a 4-day disruptions that saw a key facilities including Moi County Referral Hospital resort to water bowsers to replenish its supplies to keep critical operations going. Taita Taveta Deputy Governor Christine Kilalo had faulted the government agency for disconnecting bulk supply despite a commitment to remit 4.2 million shillings monthly to settle the 688 million shillings debt dating back to 2006. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, yet again, Jamhuri Day, and traffic is not going to be one of your problems. From everything that we see this morning, there will be movement later on in the day, but for now, your usual suspects not giving off any kind of traffic whatsoever this morning. Coming off of Kiambu Road, the thicker superhighway, Jogo Road, and then on to Landis, it looks pretty good. And on the other side of things, on Gong Road, coming out of Westlands, Lower Kabete, and this whole Spring Valley area out through towards Muthaiga and then Limuru Road, no traffic, and it's likely to be that way for most of today, as then celebrations will head towards the south of the city. We'll take a look at what may hold up there, but for now it looks pretty good. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how Tuesday pans out. Help us out just in case you bump into anything, and let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your
7
day.
minutes after 7, how are you doing? Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. Happy 60th Jamhuri, Kenya. This is the day that we sit back and look back at 60 years of Kenya's independence, right? Mm-hmm. And we say, everybody who's joining us across the country, across the globe, happy Jamhuri Day. We are live on SpiceFM, on KTN Home, on KTN News, on YouTube, and on Facebook. And for the next 1 hour, we want to have another conversation, which will be looking at job opportunities for Kenyans. You see, one of the things that the headlines in the paper today are saying that the president may have not much to say to people who are broke and jobless. This is one of the stories written by Vincent Achuka and the Standard today. Ruto has very little to offer today as he addresses broke citizens. Okay, what's being done about that? It's about job opportunities, and we've seen, even in the former administration, President Uhuru Kenyatta signed a deal with the UK government for job opportunities for Kenyan nurses in the UK, right? Mm-hmm. And also job opportunities were signed in that administration for Kenyans to work in the Middle East and in Arab countries, including Saudi Arabia. And then this administration, the president of Germany visited Kenya, and they signed an agreement again with the president of Kenya on job opportunities for Kenyans in Germany. 200,000, they said. The president followed that up with a visit to Germany. So all these job opportunities, and we're having this conversation yesterday, and the people who are saying, you know, what we see is a brain drain, possibility of brain drain. So let's have that conversation. Must it be looked at that way? Our guest is Professor Karl-Heinz Parquet. He is the chairman of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation and a former Minister for Finance for a state in Germany. Good morning, Prof.
Good morning, Egg.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Great.
We call that the hot seat of the Situation Room. How does it feel?
Well, I don't yet feel hot, but it's a wonderful atmosphere.
Very good. Do you know about the analogy of the frog? Frog? Tell
in
the frog.
Warm water.
Tell him.
Yeah.
So frog is put in a pot of water, and the heat is turned up under the pot.
Yes.
And the frog is very comfortable in this environment, and the water starts to warm up slowly.
Yeah.
And as it continues to warm up, it gets to, it keeps warming up every degree. The frog is none the wiser, and it gets warmer and warmer until it basically boils the frog to death, and it doesn't realize that it's actually dying from that warming of the water.
Yeah. So you're describing my situation?
This is, you may then make conclusions.
Stop scaring our guests.
I'm talking about a frog
I feel
in water.
froggy.
Prof, To welcome you to the conversation, you'll get an African proverb from one African country. City usually brings us proverbs from one African country and gives us proverbs every day, a different proverb. This week, we are in Djibouti.
Yes.
And tell him about Djibouti.
Well, Djibouti is a very interesting country. It's at the Horn of Africa.
Yes.
The capital of Djibouti is actually Djibouti. But the notable thing about Djibouti is the headquarters of IGAD. IGAD now is an extremely important body that regulates and tries to manage affairs that affect this particular continent. So it's a small country, port country. Once upon a time, it was part of a much larger empire, but now it's precisely that. Now, the proverb of the day. What an adult sees from the ground, a boy cannot see even if he climbs a silk cotton tree. I am told by those who know that a silk cotton tree is a very tall tree. I have never seen a silk cotton tree myself, so I will go by what I'm told, that it's a tall tree. So that is a proverb. What an adult sees from the ground, a boy cannot see even if he climbs a silk cotton tree.
Prof, what's your interpretation of that proverb?
Well, if I understand correctly, it means that we're living, we human creatures are living in a situation where we cannot overlook the long-term and wide consequences of our actions. Things are complex, extremely complex, and we can only try to reach out into the future in a way of trial and error, to find new ways of doing things, to innovate, and then check whether it works or whether it doesn't work. So reality is cloudy, and science or academic exercises of thinking through the problem is simply an attempt to get a structure on things. So we try hard, but we never know the truth. But we hope to get closer to the truth.
Siti?
I like that explanation. It's a very nice explanation. Yes, it is. It is. That is what you call a philosophical explanation.
Yeah, I may be too philosophical at this point.
No, and
it
is wonderfully philosophical. Yes. Thank you.
Prof, first introduce us to the Frederick Naumann Foundation. What is it?
The Friedrich Naumann Foundation is an odd creature. It is one of the political foundations in Germany. We have a couple of them who represent roughly the families of political philosophy which divide our political spectrum. You have a conservative foundation, you have a social democratic foundation, you have a green foundation, and you have a liberal foundation. And the foundations try to work on the basic philosophy of their liberal family, to bring it forward, to modernize it, to think about it nationally and globally. They all do that. And I'm the president of that organization in Germany.
So it's affiliated to a liberal party?
It is linked. Well, it is formally independent, but most of those who engage in the foundation are close to or are members of the Liberal Party in Germany, which is now part of the what we call a traffic light government in Germany.
What's a traffic light government?
Well, the traffic light comes from the three colors: red, yellow, and green. We, the liberals, are the yellow ones. I can't tell you exactly why. And the reds are the Social Democrats, and the greens are the Greens. So let me say one thing about the German political foundations, these odd creatures. They were founded, most of them were founded in the 1950s, the bigger ones, the three big ones, including ours, as a reaction to National Socialism, to Hitler, if you like. Because the German politics at the time, Germany returned to democracy, and we said, never again. We do not want to see something like that in Germany happening ever again. And therefore, we have to educate people politically, to progress politically, to avoid a fallback. This is kind of unique in the world, I think. There are to my knowledge, there is no other country in the world where there are political foundations of this type.
You work within the country and outside the country?
Yes, we have offices all over Germany, in the different German states. You know, we have a federalist country. And we are present all over the world, and actually roughly 50 offices. One of them in Nairobi, and a particularly important one in Nairobi. Because we have, within our global structure, which stretches all continents, we have so-called hubs for specific topics which are really global. And our global hub here, we have a global hub since 2022. Last year we founded it here in Nairobi. It's our global partnership hub, and it works in particular about development issues.
Okay. Let's talk about jobs and job opportunities and immigration. We've seen the issue of immigration rearing its head in European countries.
Yes.
In France, in Germany, in various other countries, leading even to Brexit in the UK. In Germany, as liberals, what is your view or philosophical approach to immigration?
There has always been immigration. Immigration is, to a certain extent, absolutely normal. It is fertile, it is fruitful for society. It makes a society colorful. It is diverse. And we like diversity as liberals. We don't want to see a monolithic society. We want to see a colorful, diverse society. So it's absolutely positive. You know, humanity is very diverse. We bring in our own traditions, our own ideas, our own visions. And the more you have of them, the better. However, of course, immigration cannot be limitless, completely limitless, because societies have to digest diversity. And, you know, people coming from other countries are not only great friends, they are also competitors in the market. And this is the reason why in the last decade, with a lot of immigration happening in Europe, and partly irregular and uncontrolled immigration, there has been a backlash of a reaction in the public. And you see that backlash virtually all over Europe, and you see it even in a particularly liberal country like the Netherlands. You had elections recently. A right-wing populist has been elected, has got the highest share of the vote, his party. So apparently we have a problem, but it's more a problem of, let's say, controlling the numbers and looking carefully, checking carefully who's coming in, and not a matter of really keeping people out, at least from the liberal perspective. We want to see a regulated migration, but the numbers can be high. So that's my fundamental view on it.
Is it a kind of like a puzzle situation? Because we had a bit of this conversation yesterday. And when we look at societies that are essentially, you know, opening up borders and saying, come and work, is this as a result of a lack or a need that is on the side of the host country? And is it being paired intentionally with expertise that's available in another? So here we have, you know, a declining percentage of the population of a working force that is then required on one side. And then you also have skills and expertise on another side. And is it direct planning whereby we say, let's have a puzzle policy where one fits into another?
Well, actually, we do have in Europe all over Europe, basically, particularly strongly so in Germany, we have a demographic problem. Our population shrinks and our population gets older. And that's not very good for growth, for innovation, for diversity, for a dynamic society. And we liberals, at least, we want to see a dynamic society. So, of course, we say, if we have this trend and we get a scarcity of labor, and we do already have a dramatic scarcity of labor, then, of course, we also, among other things, we need more migration. So the general attitude vis-à-vis migration is really turning more positive in this respect. But the problem is, of course, we also know we cannot induce a huge brain drain from other countries. That the dynamic people all come to Germany or all come to the UK or all come to Europe. We have to find a balance. And so immigration by itself cannot be the whole solution. We have to have new visions and new ideas.
But why must there be a balance? I mean, you need engineers.
Yes.
Let's say you need engineers, you need doctors. Why must you think, oh no, we can only take 2 engineers from Kenya so we don't drain the number of engineers that Kenya has and Kenya needs? If you're competitive as a market in this global village, just attract the engineers that you want. If they all come from all Kenyan engineers, move to Germany. Well, why should you care?
Why should we care? I think I can take an egoistic position as a nation and say, benign neglect. Let all the good people come to Germany. It's wonderful for our country, and we don't give a damn what the others do. But this is not my position, or this is not responsible position of a liberal who has a vision of common prosperity in the world, growth everywhere. We don't want to see countries drained of highly qualified people, and we pick them all like cherries. This is not a good perspective. I think we have to find a balance. A part of them are highly welcome, but we may find and we may try, and this is these in this direction go our new ideas, that we find a division of labor and a division of brains, if you like, in the world globally, which keeps people stuck in their homeland and pay taxes in their homeland and get a good wage in their homeland and having high value added and productivity in their homeland, and nevertheless fully participating in the world economy. That's my vision.
Explain that vision.
Yeah.
So an engineer, let's say, say a software engineer, will work in their homeland, say Kenya.
Yeah.
They are living here. They are still enjoying they still have their social networks within here.
Yeah.
But they are working globally.
Yeah.
From here. They're working for a company in Germany, for another company in the Netherlands, for another company in Nicaragua, in Papua New Guinea. From here. Okay. How would that work?
Well, until the beginning of that century, or the millennium, it was completely unthinkable that it works. Because there was simply no communication technology which could really link together the ideas. Well, when was the internet started? Commercially in the 1990s. I'm sorry, this is just one generation ago. And at the beginning, you could only send very small bits and pieces of information across the globe. What can you do today? You can send very complex information packages around the globe with a click of with a mouse click. And when you can do this, suddenly the door opens in the medium and long run for really having a remote division of brains and labor all over the globe. So, and it's not just the trivial information that you can send over, but really the highly complex information. So, why can't an engineer, a well-educated, skilled, bright, talented engineer, sit in a Kenyan engineer, live in Nairobi, have his good friends at home, have his family at home in his cultural environment, which he loves, pay taxes in his country, and reach the same productivity, if you like, the same value added as if he were sitting in Germany or the United States or the UK. So this is a huge opportunity for that part of the world, let's call it the global south, who had seen the door locked vis-a-vis a fertile globalization for a long time. However, to achieve this, you have to have an infrastructure which works nicely, reliably, no stop of electricity. Everything has to work smoothly. That is a matter that the government has to provide. Good governance is an extremely important point here. And second, you need labor laws, you need regulations for this kind of work, because this is completely new stuff if it is done on a really global and massive scale. You know, so far, the experience, there have been models like this before. Now, you know that in India, Bangalore, many software engineers are sitting in Bangalore and work for the Silicon Valley in California, and you have spots of that in the Philippines and in some places in the world. But this is patchwork, so far patchwork. We need it globally, and we need it in particular in areas which have a very young, talented, highly motivated population, and Kenya is a classical example for this. What's the average age in this wonderful country? It's 19 years. What's the average age in Germany? I think it's something like 44. This is a world of a difference. So why not go together? I'm not talking against migration, to be sure. I'm just saying migration alone can't solve the problem. This would be an illusion.
So you're imagining to explore a situation whereby the skilled force from population, those with expertise, at an age that would be able to fill the holes that a declining workforce is creating in other parts of the world, can remain in their country.
Yes.
With the skills that they have, but work on a global scale.
Exactly.
But that what needs to happen, from what you're saying, is that there needs to be symbiosis when it comes to infrastructure, when it comes to governance, that it has to be fluid. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And you won't reach this, I have no illusions. You won't reach this in a couple of years. It will take decades until really a network of this type of division of labor emerges. And please note, I'm absolutely sure that once you move in this direction, the close context and the trust between people of different nations working in this division of brains and labor will reach a level where it becomes increasingly attractive then for, let's say, a German firm to say, okay, at the moment, I have my my production plant in Stuttgart or Munich or Berlin, but given the many people who are already working from Nairobi or from Mombasa in my company, I might think, and I know these guys now, we have close contacts, we have trust, so I might think. And I know these guys are good. They are well qualified. They are skilled, highly skilled. I might think about doing my next big investment, not in Germany, but in Kenya. So you have a kind of a gradual, what we call the sliding effect in German. It's like, once there is a structure, and even if it's only a digital one, it's an easy jump from the digital structure to the capital investment. So I'm not saying, this is extremely important, to grasp the whole idea, that forever there will be the German company having its plant in Germany and doing nothing in Kenya whatsoever, but just picking the cherries of the brains of the Kenyan brains in its own production value-added chain, but that there will be much more investment in emerging markets. So I think it's really a win-win situation.
Let's take a break, City. We'll come back shortly after this break.
I have paused. As you can see, my finger and my...
yeah, I see your finger.
Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet is the chairman of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation and a former Minister of Finance in a state in Germany. He'll be telling us also about that. And he's here because he's advocating a new way of thinking. He's saying, you know what, with the labor shortages in the global north, and the abundance of skilled labor in the global south, we don't have to advocate for people just leaving their countries in the south to go to work in the north. They can still be working in a new globalized system where you work in your home country, live in your home country, but you're working for companies in the north. That's what you're saying.
Let's
continue with that conversation shortly after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Some very nice, mature music.
They really take me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of SpiceFM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin der, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because...
It's partly sunny. Well, actually, mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. Highs of 25 and lows of 16. It's sunny at 15 in Nakuru, going into cloudy and overcast. Highs of 25 and lows of 14. Clouds in Nyeri as well. Highs of 25 and lows of 15. Partly cloudy at 13 in Eldoret with highs of 24 and lows of 12. Partly cloudy in Mombasa at 25 and partly cloudy at 26 in Malindi. Kisumu this morning is sunny at 20 with highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 27 as well in a sunny Kakamega at 18. Looking out into a partly sunny Kampala at 20, highs of 26 and lows of 18, while it will be sunny in Dar es Salaam, currently at 27, going to highs of 31. Johannesburg this morning is partly sunny at 14 with highs of 27. While Mogadishu is sunny at 27, Addis Ababa is sunny at 12. Mostly clear conditions at 26 in Lagos with highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 29 in a cloudy Kinshasa at 24.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
With Professor Karl-Heinz Paquet from the Friedrich Naumann Foundation. Globalization 2.0. Job opportunities in the north, scarcity of job in the south. However, young population, skilled labor in the south, and an aging population in the north. How do you make those two work, City?
It looks like a marriage made in heaven, actually, if you ask me. Yes, perfect. But before we get to the perfection, I want to understand something. How are these foundations funded?
These foundations are funded by taxpayers' money. They are not funded by private money. So their independence is guaranteed legally and they receive the funds by parliamentary decision. Every year, the budget is renewed, but they have to follow strict guidelines in their behavior,
in their operations.
In their operations,
yes,
very strict guidelines. So the standard guidelines that apply to public service and public employment and.
So the foundations are answerable to the citizens of Germany.
Exactly.
Good. It's good oversight. Now, to the question that Eric raised. An aging population in the north and a very youthful population in the south. And I'm saying it's a marriage made in heaven. Well, for a simple reason. I'm going to go with the supposition that we're looking at a globe that has had ample experience, and because we're in the information age, we're better informed than we've ever been about ourselves and our being in the situation that we're in. So it means that the decision-making process has also been hastened. We can now arrive at decisions quickly because we have information at our fingertips. But that's the easy part. The difficult part is, how do you overcome stereotyped views and perceptions that we've had for the longest possible time with regards to A, immigration, with regards to B, racial issues, with regards to C, inequalities, because inequalities don't necessarily exist where there are racial issues. Inequalities exist even in homogeneous societies where people speak the same languages. So these are the things that rear their head. So even when you take positive steps forward, this always comes back, and it's always the thing that people are having to deal with.
Absolutely. I am not a naive believer in the shareable nature of human beings. You know, we are all creatures with our prejudices. We have better information today, but I'm terribly sorry. Look at what we do of the information and how much fake news is around. You know, with the level of information, you have a correlated rise of fake news. So things haven't become really easier. If anything, I'm a skeptic in this respect. But nevertheless, in a complex world with these problems, you have to find your way through, you know, and try to improve the world. In this respect, I'm idealistic. I think we need a vision where we want to go, and the vision is, of course, a world where racial prejudices are reduced to a minimum. They will never completely disappear. Where inequalities of opportunities, in particular in society, are reduced to a minimum, I'm sure they will never disappear. So I could go on. You know, this must be our ambition. And well, let me be a little bit pathetic at this point. It must be our common ambition as humanity, as it is our ambition to fight climate change. So there are, you know, I believe in the individual creativity of all human beings and the diversity and the complementarity of their characters and personalities. But on the other hand, you need some visions. You know, where do we want to go? And of course, the best instrument. Now let me turn to the optimistic part. The best instrument to get, for example, racial prejudices down is to have diversity, to live close to people with completely different experiences from a different cultural background. You know, if you look at a country like Germany, I think in the UK, in France, in the Netherlands, it's all the same. In big cities where you have people in all colors, the prejudices are much more muted than if you go into areas where you have a very homogeneous population.
Does it change behavior?
Yeah.
Or does it? Yeah. Does it? I'm looking at that. if you were to go the science way and say that because people live in close proximity to one another and they're from different places, would you then be able to say that an attitude has shifted?
Yeah.
And if you were to take these same people and move them back or move them away from each other, would you see that those same attitudes would be maintained? Or is it by virtue of the fact that they live in a mixed community that brings about an attitude change towards racial prejudice, for example?
The daily experience of living in a multicultural environment. I live in Berlin, for instance. It's by now it's a very diverse city. It's not quite London, but it is a very diverse city. And if you look at the election results, if you look at right-wing populist parties who focus on racial
issues
or
of race.
nationalistic issues of race.
Yes.
Their strongholds are not Berlin, they are not Hamburg, they are not Frankfurt, but they are
in the provinces.
In the provinces where you have hardly any, for example, color people. So I think this is good evidence.
You know, it is argued, anecdotally, of course, that the Scandinavian countries were among the most tolerant countries racially.
Yeah.
But it was also argued that because they didn't have many people from other nations in their country, they now do. So, two things happen when you integrate. What you're saying is true. You learn tolerance, but not everyone who comes in is a tolerable person.
Absolutely. I'm not saying that I'm explaining with my theory the whole world. No, there are, of course, other traditions which play in. And Scandinavia, for instance, we Germans who are relatively close to Scandinavia, we admire the Scandinavians for their civic culture. You know, the Scandinavians, when the Germans begin to scream and shout in political discussion, the Scandinavians are still sitting quietly and listening to each other. So this is a matter of mentality, which has grown over centuries. This is complex. So I cannot explain every oddity of the world with my idea. But I think if you look at the rough structure I'm describing, I think there is a lot to it. Of course, the problem in Scandinavia today, you also have in Scandinavia right-wing parties.
Yes, you do.
And you have a strong anti-immigrant tide in the countries. You're absolutely right. But the problem, I would say, for Scandinavia is roughly the same as in Germany, that there was too much irregular immigration. It was not an ordered immigration, let people come who stand ready with their skills to integrate, but different things have happened. And maybe a wrong type of tolerance vis-a-vis non-liberal philosophies, when people come and bring in ideas of violence against other groups. And that is a part of the problem in Scandinavia. We have no gangs in the country, which in Sweden in particular, which are dominated by immigrant groups. So this is, of course, a big problem then for a country.
If you look at globalization as a concept and when it made its debut on the world stage, late 90s, early 2000s, when the world said, okay, well, this is great. And the buzzwords like global village came in and people started talking about opening up borders and breaking down barriers, etc. It sounded nice of things to say when you went for these global conferences and everybody was just, using this new sexy talk about, let's come together as the world, while still holding on to very many prejudices whereby the global north and south could not really quite merge because of these prejudices. So 20 years down the line, Has that really changed? When there's certain realizations, and we cannot run away from the reality that, there are parts of the world who look at Africa and say, well, you know what, still resource rich, let's see what we can do. And the resource maybe has not just stayed on mineral wealth, but has also gone to resource in terms of humans and that kind of wealth. So, have we dropped, and I'm saying we as the world, has it dropped those prejudices enough to be able to say, let us truly look at what globalization can do, whereby you involve everybody, and it's not patronizing, it's not one part of the world that is properly developed looking at the other side and saying, well, you can come and work for us, but really everybody on the table. Have we dropped the prejudices enough to be able to have an authentic conversation about globalization?
This is a very complex matter that you asked me to answer, but I try. The word globalization was born in the 1990s. It did not exist before. Yeah. It did not exist. And this was part of the kind of enthusiastic idea of having one world, information in terms of communication, in terms of distance, really growing together. And as always happens in human history, things are exaggerated.
Yeah.
Once you see the wonderful vision, you start to think that we are already close to there. We just have to reach out
and touch it.
And then we are all democratic. We are all part of a wonderful global community.
And we love one another.
And we all love one another and are extremely charitable people to each other. This is completely naive. And when I say that we believe that, I also had a tendency to exaggerate. Everybody of us, especially liberals, were particularly enthusiastic about the development. But so we are now in a kind of wave, history goes in waves. We are now in a kind of, it's like a hangover. A hangover of too much optimism. And now we begin, the pessimists come up, the professional, notorious pessimists, and say, oh, I told you so, it won't work. That is wrong, it's also wrong. We now have to think about where have we been naive, where we made things too simple, where is a global social life, if you like, much more complex than we thought. And here come now here come the new geopolitical questions. Here come the terms global north and global south. They sound as if they are two blocks standing there with homogeneous interests, each block. Which is, I'm terribly sorry, but this is stupid. The global south is extremely heterogeneous, and the global north as well. Not quite so, but so there are very diverse interests and national interests, and the national interests have not suddenly disappeared. They are there to be dealt with in a reasonable way, which brings us closer to our long-term aim, which is part of our vision. So, I would say, my plea would be a plea for an enlightened optimism. Not a naive optimism, but an enlightened optimism, which looks at the path of globalization and industrialization in the last 150 years. There have been awful backlashes, but on the whole, humanity has progressed. Look at statistics, look at the per capita incomes even in the poorest parts of the world. Look at life expectancy even in the poorest parts of the world. It all improved. We're not where we wanted to be, you're not yet. But we should really think about how we can keep the dynamics of globalization and at the same time avoid the pitfalls of naivety.
When I hear you, Prof, I'm seeing the concept that you're advancing, that let's think globally. Let's look at the opportunities and where they are. And let's also look at our realities and say, these skills don't have to physically move from where they are to come and benefit where they're needed. They can still operate in the new, taking advantage of the technology and the advancements of humanity today. They can work from where they are. It's a good voice. But like you said, for that to happen, a lot needs to happen in the area where we have an abundance of skill. There needs to be infrastructure that matches that skill so that you can then export the skill. Now, however, that creation of the infrastructure is where now your naysayers would come in and say, you know what, Prof, good idea. For now, people need to come to where they are so that they can go back and invest in their country. Or that is one angle. The other angle would be, so we who have the resources and the muscle, we need to send the infrastructure into that country.
Yeah.
And for us to do that, we have to have a say, because we are the ones who are investing. We've got to have a say on where that money is going and how that infrastructure will be and the technology that's going there, which means that they control the sovereignty of those countries in the south.
Yeah.
Economically controlling, which takes us back into that whole cycle of the north then having the entire stick and just giving the tip to the south.
Well, you're absolutely right. There is a problem, and you're really targeting at the problem. You know, the emerging market economies, a country like Kenya, has to do its infrastructure homework, and it's such a vast task that it will need foreign capital to support that. And of course, with foreign capital, I absolutely agree, comes influence and the danger of if you like, patronizing imperialism, if you put it straight.
Yep.
And
to put it bluntly.
And this danger cannot be denied. I can only say that we, the global north, in this sense, have to think very carefully how we design our support, the public support, and of course also how under what conditions the private capital flows are induced to be channeled into the promising countries with the huge human resources. I don't have an easy answer for that. And there is always the risk that you end up with what I call patronizing imperialism. And I find, for instance, when I come to Africa, I travel a lot, with my job. And when I come to Africa, when I come to Latin America, I see, for example, many Chinese investments. And the Chinese, the way they have carried out these investments, this is what I hear from many voices from the respective countries, it is not the way I would imagine a common effort to build up a global infrastructure which profits everybody.
I see something as another opportunity. And it's also a sad reality. The sad reality is that the conversation about then what happens next is mostly happening in the north. In terms of the north thinking, we have a problem. We have an aging population.
Absolutely.
We have this, and we need to think what to do next. And not as much of a strong conversation is happening in the south, despite the fact that the south has got all the power at present. The South has leverage. The South has everything that the North needs. Well, almost everything. The South has the raw material. The South has the skilled labor.
Yeah.
And this is the point when the South should then be controlling this conversation and saying, okay, you know what? You want our cobalt, come and set up the cobalt factory here, or the processing manufacturing plants here. We'll give you the skills to process that. But it's still, instead we're still talking about taking the raw material to the north for processing by global south workers, either working by moving to the north or working by sitting in the south and working remotely. It's an opportunity that the south is missing, in my opinion.
It's an opportunity that north is missing as well, but please say what you want to say.
No, I just want to encourage the south raise its voice. It must raise its voice. And I think to some extent it does. It begins. We have a gradual tectonic shift of power, in the world economy. Look at India. Look at a democratic country, a complex country, but it's raising its voice. Look at Brazil. Look at what is happening on the international stage. It's not anymore the world, where the OECD countries and notably the United States says this and that is the truth, and we have the power to dictate things. No, this is not the way it is, because you have so many precious resources. What is partly lacking in the South is maybe first the self-confidence, and second, the governance. The governance is the problem, not the resources. You have all the resources you need to get prosperous, but the governance must be there, and you have to do your homework in this respect, the South. And the global North has to start to realize that the days of a unilateral power asymmetry, from the North to the South are over. The days. And I say this very enthusiastically because this is a huge opportunity in the world to really get, if you like, a multipolar world. I don't like this term very much. It sounds more like geopolitical conflict. I want to see geopolitical cooperation.
When I say the opportunity is lost, this is what I mean. When people arrive at an agreement and understanding, say, for instance, the foundation that you work in, it's because they have a similar mind. Otherwise, they'd join some other foundation and they work towards a common cause. Now, the associations that we have, even when the global North associates with the South, the opportunity is lost here. The opportunity to insist that the very governance that you're speaking of, insist, and I mean insist. There are people who call it controlling, they call it a form of imperialism, but so what? See, there are certain things when we talk about governance in the South. It's simply this. We have a leadership that runs rogue and takes advantage of its people. That is as politely as I can put it. Now, it is clear they run roughshod over their population. But this is made possible by the partners in the North who don't care about the levels of governance so long as they have an understanding with the ruling class.
Absolutely. This is why I'm a heavy critique of the way, for example, so-called development aid is paid out. It goes through the elites, the dominating elites for whatever reason. It's a matter of power. In the emerging market economies, and not it's coming top down, and a lot is lost in the top.
Yes,
and it's not going bottom up. So my model as a liberal would be go through civic society, go through the economic structures, and don't go top down through the political elite, because then you have groups running these countries who do not really have a great interest in the global, in their development and the global development. And I absolutely agree that the kind of post-imperialist attitude that we still have in the North must go.
Well said. Professor Karl-Heinz Pake is the chairman of the Friedrich Naumann Foundation and a former minister in one of the states in Germany. He's been our guest this morning talking about job opportunities, globalization 2.0, looking at a new way of thinking in terms of exportation of labor, importation of jobs. One way or the other, how do you look at it? Thank you very much for joining us.
I thank you, Eric.
Asante sana. Keep it here for more conversations in the next hour. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is Newswire Dennis Asaito. President Saleh Work Zewde of Ethiopia is in the country for the 60th Jamhuri Day celebrations. Investments, Trade and Industry Cabinet Secretary Rebecca Miano received President Saleh Work Zewde at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. CS Miano noted that Kenya and Ethiopia share a long-standing friendship rooted in mutual benefit, trade and cooperation. This is not the first time CS Miano has played the role of escort of honor for special guests visiting the country. Miano was also the escort for Queen Camilla, who accompanied King Charles III for a royal visit to Kenya. An escort of honor represents the president in welcoming the visiting head of state and bolstering bilateral relations between the countries. The National Heroes Council has featured the late Koitalele Arap Samoei, Kipchumba Arap Kolegen and former politician James Osogo posthumously. Koitalele and his brother Kipchumba received the medals through their families for their exemplary roles of fearlessly leading their communities in resisting the British colonial rule. The two leaders were hailed for their strategic military leadership and their ability to make decisions, especially on security matters during the colonial era. Osogo, on the other hand, received the award for dedicating his life to advance public interest in economic, social and political landscape as a minister in different ministries. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has called for a visa-free Africa to allow young people to freely move and interact within the continent without restrictive requirements. Speaking when he officially closed the Youth Connect Africa Summit 2023, the Deputy President said the young people possess the needed talents and motivation to free the continent from perennial challenges and spark cross-border development. The Deputy President said President William Ruto is leading efforts to make Africa a visa-free continent for Africans to spur sharing of ideas, technology and cultural exchanges among the youth. Gachagua said technology is key in driving the push to enhance interactions among Africans, saying the summit had achieved the objective of bringing young people closer together. And Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has defended foreign trips by President William Ruto, saying they are for the good of the country. Mudavadi says with the current difficult moments Kenya is facing and more is happening globally as far as the economic situation is concerned, it calls for an aggressive foreign policy and diplomatic onslaught. He said that all countries are out pushing for the scarce global resources available for survival. Mudavadi says the approach that is being manifested through President Ruto's diplomatic onslaught is what is going to drive the country into a better territory very soon. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja flagged off 10 new skip loaders and skips at City Hall to boost garbage collection in the county. Sakaja said each skip loader has been equipped with 5 skips, bringing the total number to 50 skips, the largest procured number in recent years. The skips will mainly be stationed in markets and high garbage points across the country. The 10 skip loaders and 50 skips are part of equipment procured for Green Nairobi sector. Already 27 tippers have been delivered and 24 refused compactors are expected early next year. As part of delivering a Green Nairobi, 2,500 youth known as the Green Army were hired and have been working to clean the city and unblock drainages, efforts that have helped the city not to flood following the recent rains. Another 1,500 youth will be hired to join the Green Army team. And Dr. Philip Kira has been appointed acting CEO of the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret. He takes over from Wilson Kipkirui Aruasa, whose tenure has ended after serving for 10 years on the helm. Dr. Aruasa has confirmed his exit. Dr. Kiro is expected to take over from December 18th, 2023. The incoming acting CEO said is ready to work with all stakeholders in taking the hospital to the next level. And a report by the World Health Organization has revealed gross inequities in global spending on health at the height of COVID-19 pandemic. According to the 2023 Global Health Expenditure Report, which sheds new light on the evolution of global health spending at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, low-income countries accounted for only 0.24% of global health expenditure, despite having an 8% share of the world's population in 2021. The report says public spending on health health had increased across the world, except in low-income countries where government health spending decreased and external health aid played an essential supporting role. This is News. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, not a thing this morning. You'll get through into the city and leave without an issue today. We'll see a little bit of movement on Langata Road, but we'll see that later. Maybe started to pile up a little bit, and we will know that as, entourages make their way towards Uhuru Gardens. Uhuru Gardens, right? Yes. That might close for a while, but normal traffic. Jogo Road will forever be busy, always busy, but not too bad as you're getting towards Landis and then out towards Kamkunji at the roundabout, but it's moving. We don't have any hold-ups, so this is great. The Thika Superhighway well into the city, moving very smoothly, as well as coming off of Limuru Road. We're looking at Lower Kabete and Westlands on Wayaki Way as well. All looks pretty good, and it probably is going to continue that way for the rest of the day. Keeping an eye on things, help us out on SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 minutes after 8. Happy Independence Day, Kenya. We're broadcasting across the globe on Spice FM, on KTN Home, KTN News, on YouTube and on Facebook on this day as we commemorate Kenya's 60th independence. Our next guest is a constitutional lawyer and is the convener of the Kenya Tuitakayo Assembly. He is Wakili Harun Ndubi. Good morning.
Morning.
Good to have you again in the Situation Room.
I am happy to be here.
Karibu sana.
Nashukuru.
Good to see you. As we are commemorating this 60 years, we're looking back at Kenya at 60 and what it means, what strides we've made, this and the other. And we'll be getting straight into that conversation shortly after CT gives you the day's proverb. This week, the proverbs are from Djibouti.
Yes, they are. What an adult sees from the ground, a boy cannot see even if he climbs a silk cotton tree.
What an adult sees from the ground, a boy cannot see even if he climbs a silk cotton tree. I saw somebody posting a comment there, what a silk cotton tree is. And I was like, I know that tree.
You do, eh?
Msufi.
I'm none the wiser myself.
Cities should know Msufi from Mombasa.
Yeah.
You're right. I should.
No, when you say Msufi, now you can see what Msufi.
I can actually even see it.
And how tall the Msufi
No, I am seeing
grows.
it. Yes, and I know it's called a cotton tree.
Yes.
Because it produces those pods that have things that look like cotton.
Yes. When you say it, now I have seen it.
You can clearly see it, eh? Yeah. Hapo kwa Mama Eric, when we were growing up in Kimana, there was one very tall Msufi.
Very tall.
At our neighbor's shamba. It was the landmark.
Meaning, if you want to give someone direction, you tell them, ukifika malapa, ukiangalia kule mbele.
Ukiwa town, Kimana, you see that tree?
Hapo ndio umefika.
Hapo. Okay, Harun.
Yes.
How do you interpret that proverb?
It's interesting, but it's about wisdom. That young people sometimes imagine that they know things and they don't know. Or elderly people know things that young people do not know. Yeah, that's basically what I think it means.
Do you think if the people who came up with proverbs were young people, such a proverb would never have seen the light of day?
If you listen to the young people of today, it's unlikely to hear any wisdom except jibes and funny songs.
Vibes and inshallah, that's what we call it.
Yes.
Haron, first, tell us about the convener of the Vugu Vugu that you're now convening. You know, you've done very many things in this country. What is this latest one?
I haven't lived too long. Let me first celebrate my mother. She's 103 years.
Wow.
And she's very strong for her age. And perhaps you need to know that I'm a last-born son. But I've also a twin sister who is my age, slightly, a few minutes younger than me. In this country, we have seen many things, but celebrating 60 years of independence is an important milestone. But I think we should celebrate Kenya as it is and as was even before the independence from the Mzungu. Because the Mzungu left, but his legacy still lives upon us to date. If you look at the kind of laws that we have, they are Mzungu laws. We have not, other than the new constitution which we enacted, but which was also kind of a catapult or an outcome of the Mzungu laws, really nothing has changed. I don't think anything has changed. In fact, I keep wondering myself why we are focusing on doing things that are Mzungu-like. When I was growing up as a very young boy, we had grass-thatched houses, and they were cool. They were not cold, but cool and warm. Now we have all decided we are going to have permanent houses which are not healthy. And therefore, when I hear the government saying that they want to build houses for people, I wonder what is it that they want to do? Why are we not allowing people to build their own homes the way they want? If you recall, during Kibaki's time, he took young people, the homeless children in the streets of Nairobi, and took them to NYS homes. Why are we insisting on building homes for adults like you and I? Why should that happen? City.
You know, I hadn't thought of it the way you just stated it. You've got my mind racing, and it's racing in this direction. I'm thinking, how then would you ensure that people are able to build their house? Because when you were growing up, knowing that I'm older than you, the reason why it was easy to build because the resources you needed to build were available.
Exactly.
Including land.
Yes, it was available. All the resources needed was available.
Exactly. That's the point.
Yes.
That what we need, the government needs to focus on making resources available to people. Reduce taxation.
reduce taxes so that each one of us can make some little savings. And from those savings, we build our own homes.
Where?
But there is land. Where do you come from? You have just been talking about where you...
Let's talk about Nairobi.
No.
All right? The population that's living in Nairobi, they are living in Nairobi, Harun. They may come from Kimana Loitoktok.
Yeah.
But they don't drive from Kimana Loitoktok every morning to come to SpiceFM.
Yeah.
They live in Nairobi. Where do you want them to build houses in Nairobi?
Where is the government going to find the land to build houses for people?
In Nairobi.
Yeah, that's the question I'm asking you.
I'm answering.
Well, the government owns land in Nairobi.
Government is destroying people's homes. You saw what happened in Mlolongo the other day? They destroyed people's homes because they want to build houses. How do you destroy a house so that you can build another house?
Is this what Kenya to Itakayo Assembly is all about?
No. The Kenya to Itakayo Assembly is about a society that is fair and just. So it is a society that we are looking for to have water, to have clean air, to have infrastructure that can allow people to move easily and to permit citizens to invest for themselves, not to force citizens to invest in government. Now you are seeing, I don't know whether it is gossip or whatever it is that I'm seeing on social media, that a lot of public infrastructural facilities, including KICC, the iconic KICC, is being put up for sale. Remember, Kanu grabbed it. And when Kibaki came to power, he brought it back to the public. Now, the current government wants to grab and sell it. What does that mean?
That the government is not in the business of business.
Actually, as I was coming here, I was thinking that government has no business in business. Why should it be engaged in trading? Why is it selling assets? Why is it... I think we have a government that is confused. A government that thinks that making immediate money is the result or outcome that they are purposed to. Because even if you sold KICC and KPC and other organizations, that money will end. It will be used to pay salaries, to pay debt, and it will be finished.
But Harold, the conversation about privatization, if we just to go in there, is not a new conversation. It's a conversation that's taken place over many years. A senior counsel, Ahmed Abdikadir, chaired a team that looked at all these private entities and recommended ways in which the government can divest its interest in them to reduce taxpayer burden going into maintaining these entities and bringing in private sector players to also participate in this and make them more vibrant. It's not a new conversation, really.
It's not a new conversation, really. Yeah?
It's not like you're selling them like bananas and then getting the 200 bob and going to buy miwa to eat.
What I would like us to think about is how do you make those investments, those public entities, serve the people more efficiently and effectively. Not so much as to privatize them and remove government from them. But again, government should not be in the business of selling these institutions so that it makes some little money and pays the Chinese.
So maybe we can open this up a little bit, because here we are looking at essentially Kenya celebrating its 60 years of progression at whatever level. And then this is one of the conversations that's being had at the time. There are very many other things that are being discussed now. There are very many other things that are emerging, mushrooming. Is this where Kenya ought to be? And is this a natural progression that you see a country who's gotten its independence 60 odd years ago? Is this the trajectory that we should still be finding? Kenya should still be finding its feet at this point and in such a way?
Actually, like I said, if I repeat myself, we should see Kenya as much older than 60 years. Okay, as a country, it was started as a trading business by the Mzungu, Ibea, if you remember. The Mzungu is the one who came and gave us boundaries and divided Africa. Instead of allowing Africans to be human beings and relate humanly, we were told you are Kenya, there is Djibouti, there is Ethiopia, there is Uganda, there is this. But for purposes of the reality of today, I think that it is important that Kenyans need to focus on the values that esteem the humanness, Ubuntu. That is what I don't see today. We are a country that is just punitive. We are making laws that you have seen the latest stories about the punishments for very little transgressions. Instead of building humanity, we are seeking to punish humans. And that is really what I think that the country needs to be focusing on, that we need to build humanity, have a human face, have simple rules, not even rules, simple traditions of how people should live. When you see that we have homes for the aged, why should we do that? Why should young people disrespect their parents and take them to homes of the aged? I was very disappointed many years ago. A city will remember that Cardinal Tunga, the late, was actually housed in a home of the aged. How can you take a cardinal from his home and you are putting him in a home for the aged? The point I'm making is this, Latiff, that we have lost our sense of human values. And I think this is the time to refocus and revisit those human values. The trouble is, our education system doesn't teach children on how to be human. In Japan, for instance, I am told, I've not been there, I'm told that children in their first 7 years of schooling, they are taught about being humane, being careful of the environment, and being disciplined. That is how they have lived possibly a long life and to a disciplined life. If even in Kenya here, where you find the Japanese companies, you will find that they are very disciplined. They will wake up and make sure that they are at work as probably as early as you guys get here. But for Kenyans, you will blame the traffic, you will blame the weather, you will blame everything.
The government.
And blame the government for delay.
Are you saying, or do I understand you to be saying, Arun, that as we celebrate these 60 years of independence, it looks like we need to revisit, we need to look back at some of the values that we clearly seem to have lost somewhere along the way? And are we also saying that we have a society that, when you look at it, is one which has warped values? And when you have warped values, then it means we are fairly rudderless. That is me saying.
Yeah. Actually, we are on autopilot. We are rudderless. If you recall about the leadership we had at independence, the likes of Ronald Ngala, the likes of Martin Shikuku. I'm not mentioning Jomo Kenyatta because I think it was a fraud, but that's a debate for another day. Those are people who had values. The late, what's her name? The one who was the mayor of Kisumu. Grace Onyango. Yes. Those Jaramogi, those are fellows who held something that you could say, this is the country we want to have. But now we have dealers rather than leaders.
Why did the rain start beating us?
I think when Jomo Kenyatta and Moi took leadership of this country, they decided to make Kenya an enterprise. Kibaki tried to return it back to some of those older values where it would be a country of people. But unfortunately, it was recaptured by the Jomo Kenyattas and the Moi types of people, including the current leadership. The current leadership is actually a leadership of dealers. If you listen to the speech Mr. Ruto makes, or the speeches he makes, he thinks about money. He doesn't think about human values.
For example?
The example is, everything he says is about money. He doesn't talk about human life.
What do you mean?
I thought the entire hustler narrative was about human life and making this human life better.
Thank you, CT, for calling it a narrative. It is just a narrative, nothing more. But the conduct of...
Give an example of a speech where you say the president is talking about money as opposed to human life, and then humanize that statement.
I would reverse the question to you, actually, because you will see that the president, from the time he was campaigning, he was talking about making money. He's going around the world looking for money. He's exporting Kenyans to do work in other countries as slaves, instead of ensuring that we create opportunities in this country so that we can build our country. We are exporting human beings from here. So what is that? How do you describe it other than slavery?
Actually, that is a perspective, a rather adverse perspective, because With slavery, you didn't have a choice. When people are given job opportunities, they have a choice. They actually decide. They can decide to stay or not to stay. Unless you're saying that a situation is created that is so untenable that you really don't have an option but to leave if the opportunity to leave arises.
Precisely the point, CT. That is the point I'm making, that we, instead of creating opportunities here and choices, we are asking people. Life has been made so difficult that they have to leave. So if they are told you will go to Qatar or Saudi or London or wherever, they actually have no choice other than to leave. And that is the point I'm making, that actually the government is participating in human trafficking. Instead of creating opportunities here so that the likes of yourselves can work and feel comfortable at home, you are now being asked, we have spoken with the government of Germany, so we will take you to Germany and work there.
You think it's escapist? Do you think it's escapist by saying that rather than fix the systems that the government or that the country as a state should provide its citizens, and because certain infrastructure, whether that be social or otherwise, is wanting, that it's saying, let's, instead of dealing with the issue, take people somewhere else and you never deal with the problem? Is that what you're saying?
That's precisely what I'm saying, actually. That the government has decided it is incapable of delivering on anything, so they are now trading on the lives of Kenyans. They are deciding, we will send Kenyans to Germany, we will send Kenyans to Qatar, we will send Kenyans to Saudi, so that they can go and find a life.
Skilled Kenyans who have an opportunity to work where there is a gap somewhere else. Can you look at it as that?
No, my sister.
Yes.
We are not paying our doctors, we are not paying our teachers well enough, and we are exporting nurses. And yet we have problems here. We have medical issues. We don't have enough medical staff. And we are exporting our doctors. We are exporting our nurses. And yet our people are ailing. Yet our schools need teachers. Yet we are asking that we want to build houses for people, and yet we are sending out artisans who could actually help to build those houses if it was necessary, even though I disagree that the government should be in the business of building houses for people.
Let's take a break. 2079. Harun Ndubi, constitutional lawyer, co-convener of the Kenya Tuitakayo Assembly, is the guest. We're looking at Kenya at 60. Harun is saying, let's look even beyond the 60, and let's look at Kenya as a nation as a whole. And look, do we have anything to smile about? If you listen to Harun, you'll stop smiling.
We'll start crying.
We have a lot to frown about.
We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier service for all your courier needs. We deliver with pride.
Sunny conditions at 17 in Nairobi, highs of 25 and lows of 16, and we'll see lows of 24 in a sunny Nakuru at 18, going to highs of 26. It's 18 and partly sunny in Nyeri with highs of 25 and lows of 15, while in Eldoret it's sunny at 15 with highs of 25 and lows of 12. Mombasa this morning is sunny at 27 with highs of 31, and Malindi will see highs of 32, currently at 28 and sunny. It's sunny at 23 in Kisumu, highs of 27, and sunny conditions also in Kakamega at 21, going to highs of 28 and lows of 16. Let's look out into Kampala, where it's partly sunny at 20, highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 31 in a sunny Dar es Salaam, currently at 28. Mogadishu, sunny at 29 with highs of 32, and it's sunny at 16 in Addis Ababa, going to highs of 25. Johannesburg this morning is mostly sunny at 15 with highs of 27, and we'll look at a partly cloudy Lagos at 26, going to highs of 33. 29 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 24.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so still not much happening on these streets today, whether you're in the capital or other parts of the city this morning, celebrating the 60th Jamhuri Day. Coming back into Nairobi, our usual traffic that you would find on the Thika Superhighway exists not. It's smooth going into the city, smooth then coming in from Jogoo Road towards Landis and out towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. Uhuru Highway looks pretty good coming in from Mombasa Road, and I think we're going to have this kind of situation through the morning. Let's talk though, just in case anything does pop off, let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
All right, 23 minutes to 9. Our conversation with Harun Dubi continues as we look back into the many years of Kenya as a republic. Harun, have we made strides? Have we made strides in human rights development? Have we made strides in access to justice? Have we made strides in the big 3 U's? Ujinga, ugonjwa, umaskini.
I think we have made some strides. Let me not be too pessimistic. First, we have increased schools and universities, which is a good thing, even though that doesn't speak about the quality of education. We have a new constitution that has provided Kenya with a robust judiciary. We have judges who have delivered sensible judgments that speak against impunity and against injustices. So, and we have county governments with most of them having level 5, level 6 hospitals. Though I have my issues, especially from where I come. Kisii and Nyamira are very close to each other. I do not understand why they should be struggling to have universities and the level 5 hospitals competing. Because you can actually transfer a patient. What they need to do is to build roads and ensure that we have people, we have access. And that would also go for Migori and Homa Bay, I think. What is disappointing, though, is the conduct or the manner that we select members of commissions, independent commissions and the constitutional commissions, especially IEBC. You select members and they become secretive. Instead of being open, they are secretive with what they do. And that was not what the purpose of the new constitution was. So I am hoping that at this juncture of 60 years, we can reflect and say, how do we open up government? Because one time I listened to the chairperson of the Ghana Electoral Commission, and he said the only secret thing about election is the actual voting. Nothing else should be secret. But here, the actual voting is not secret, but everything else is. So I think there is a need for the country to reflect and move forward to say, let elections be open, let governance be open, let people... Kivuda Kibwana tried to do a good thing of it when he was governor by even displaying his budget on notice boards so that people would say, this is what has been allocated for this particular location. Now we have budgets and you are told to go to IFMIS and you are in Turkana where there is no electricity.
There's electricity in Turkana.
No, the Turkana electricity is the turbines. Those, what are they called?
They're called wind turbines.
Wind turbines. But they transfer that electricity to Nairobi. It is not being available for people in Turkana. And then we're making imports of electronics expensive. So people do not have smartphones to be able to access the internet to see what the government is doing. But you are told you want to get paid, use IFMIS. How does my mother know IFMIS?
There have been various attempts at pushing for open government and open governance. Are you saying that we have not made strides?
We have made some improvements, I must say. I must admit, I'm not saying that it's not.
But just not enough.
It's not enough.
For example, budget making is now a very public affair.
Let me tell you why it's not public.
Tell me.
One time, I was in New York, and the Parliament wanted public participation. So I wrote a small email and said, I will be back in the next 3 days. I will make my contribution. Parliament made a report that I had made my contribution. So what I'm telling you, the perception of public participation is actually a fallacy, because they ask people to use the internet, and most places do not have access to the internet. The government has promised citizens that they are going to make it available to have free Wi-Fi everywhere. But where do you find free Wi-Fi?
In markets.
In markets, in hospitals perhaps, and hospitals.
Some government offices.
And some government offices.
Airports.
Airports you will find. But who are the people who use those services or those facilities? It is not your Wanjiku.
It's the elite.
It's CT who will use it, and yourself, Latiff, and myself, and my sister here.
So, the people for which, because just historically, the people for which a nation state has been formed to govern over them and then to provide a life whereby individuals do what they need to do in terms of paying taxes, what I hear you saying is that at this juncture, 60 years down the line, there are certain things that should not even be conversations. They should not be discussed at this point. That if we want to say progressively how you're developing, and we're not even saying catch up with anybody else, we're saying that at the very bare minimum, certain markers should have been met. And are you saying that Kenya has not met those markers and that it's time to really look back and say, come on guys, we need to catch up even with yourself? And we're not even talking about the rest of the world, that the very basic minimums that ought to have been met I hear you saying that, but then I also see that quite some strides have been made. If I hear the, chatter from around the continent, Kenya's looked up to in terms of what it's been able to do, in terms of having a robust environment where business can thrive until a certain level. Kenya's done very well. In terms of having relative stability when it comes to conflicts and those kind of issues, Kenya again stands out in terms of what she has been able to do over time. In terms of a social structure, in terms of social infrastructure, in terms of even just being able to get 1, 2, 3 done, relatively even keep the lights on, Kenya's not done too poorly. Do I hear you say that even that, against what the rest of just the continent says, that Kenya's still not punching up? It's not meeting its weight still?
Precisely. That's. I hear you. I think that Kenya has not done enough as would be expected. If you look at the levels of corruption in Africa, Kenya stands out as one of the most corrupt governments, other than Nigeria.
Welcome to the party.
Yes. 2, if you look at Kibaki's government, he decided that government officers are not going to drive fuel guzzlers. Here, now, if you look at the president's motorcade, it is extremely large and of fuel guzzlers only, black cars.
That has never changed.
No. That changed. There
was a statement made by the then finance minister, Uhuru Kenyatta, when he drove into parliament in a Passat, and he said, this 1,800 vehicles, CC vehicles, are what's going to be the norm. Was it?
After
did it become the norm?
They bought a few.
They bought some. That is the other element of corruption I'm talking about, because they were giving themselves business. Government is trading with itself, or government officers were trading with themselves. So I'm sure you have possibly, this is gossip again, about the ownership of the people who are selling Passats being connected with the Uhuru family. So that is a question that needs to be examined. But today, how can Kenyans be suffering? How can Kenyans be suffering, and then you are seeing pot-bellied men with big black cars, V8? Where does a V8 take you? Where a Passat cannot take you, or a Suzuki cannot take you?
It's different.
When you are Jaluo,
transports you to a railway.
When you are Jaluo, you will think it is different.
Arun, it is different.
So you think the government is still living large?
The government is living large.
And that is to the detriment of the citizens.
Exactly.
Again, back to, how does the government get away with it? Who encourages the government? Is it that if you look at let's go back into, your hood in Kisii, in Nyamira. Would you get elected if you came there driving in a small Volkswagen Suzuki?
That is the trouble, that
if you became a governor and you were driving around in a small vehicle and you're saying, me the governor, will they stop?
Let me tell you, that is actually one of the problems we have as a country, that citizens are allowing these things to pass by or to go on, believing that a big man must live big and appear big. If you are a small person with a small... There is a time what was that MP from somewhere in Ukambani who rode on a bicycle? Was he called Munyoki? There's a guy who campaigned on a bicycle. Yes, and he was elected. But
there was also a young man in Meru.
The one who was given a car by Uru.
Yes.
Yes. He was also...
He had to be initiated into the club.
He had to be initiated into the club. That's the problem, that citizens, even me when I go home, I have a black car. When I go to the village, people expect that I should either buy them food or something. Almost every day we receive calls. We want money for this, money for that, money for this. So the public has a duty to shape the attitude of government. Now, the trouble is the government has shifted that duty and made that it's the one that decides how the public behaves, and that is really my trouble. That we need to have a lot more civic education, political education, and people get to understand that government is supposed to serve them, not to be their boss. Yes. Unfortunately, people think that our thief is our thief. There is a saying, I am told, are you Kikuyu?
Yeah, I'm
not.
Yes, there is some. I was speaking to some old mamas, and they said, kama mtoto anaenda kuiba, anajitafutia. So they have internalized theft.
It's hustling.
It's hustling. That's the hustler narrative. That you are going to be looking for money for yourself.
Where did it come from? You see, where did it come from? Because you're talking about a certain value system that we are seeing manifested, which wasn't always there, and yet it's come. It's been brought forth, and it's alive and well.
I think it has been generated and brought forth over time. Like I said, I would blame Jomo Kenyatta for it. I would blame everybody, actually, every leader who was led after Jomo Kenyatta. The time we had people who worked with Jomo Kenyatta and Jomo Kenyatta kicked them out of government, that's the time there was a value system. There was a commission called the Ndewa Commission, which enacted some regulation permitting public servants to do business. So these public servants established their own corporations or companies and were doing business with the government. So they created this situation of corruption, and it has become endemic since.
Just to show you the progress we've made, this current government recently ensured that thing was further entrenched. It is legal for government officials to do business.
Exactly.
Yes.
They say it's legal, but you see, Kenya is so legalistic rather than being moral. That's the problem we have, that we are just looking at the law and ensuring that A, you get what you do this by a due process, or B, you get punished if you don't do.
But don't you think it's a good start? You see, if we didn't have good laws, then perhaps even this conversation we're having would not be possible, because we wouldn't have a benchmark. We wouldn't have anything to compare it with. You see, now when someone deviates, we know, because the law exists. If when the law wasn't there, or when the laws that we had were limiting, then one could get away with a great deal. That is why people could be detained, because the law allowed for people to be detained. So the subject of human rights, something that you've been a champion of for as long as I've known you, which is a really long time, would have been a non-issue if rights were protected. And even if rights are protected, there are those who are always inclined towards doing the very thing they're not supposed to do. Now, Eric asked the question of the progress we've made. I think, if you ask me, among the many things that we've done, the very conversation we're having right now is one of the biggest signs that a lot has changed in this nation. And that the 60 years of independence has been a big thing.
True.
What do you mean, the fact that we're having a conversation?
The fact that we're having this type of conversation, and we're even saying that this particular government is inclined towards pilferage, that alone, this was enough for you, and we know this, you finish your speech and you expect that you're going to be a guest of the state. The fact that you can have the conversation is progress.
And still go home.
And remain alive. Yes. The fact that government decisions can be challenged in court, and in some cases very successfully, that is a great deal of progress. These are things that one may have thought, imagined could happen, but one didn't envision would happen in their lifetime. The fact that you are seeing the court system actually being absolutely revolutionized to the point where you can see there is a direct attempt at ensuring that the Mwananchi, as we call him, has a fair shake of it when it comes to matters of the law. That is, in my mind, tremendous progress. Now, I know you look at me, Harun, and thinking, given where I come from, yes, I am not going to refer to the expressway. Okay?
I was looking at you, thinking about
the expressway.
Yes.
What we don't seem to have been able to do is to tame our collective national appetite for doing everything within our means, especially that which is wrong in our attempts to accumulate wealth. That is the thing that we have been unable to do. What we've been able to do very successfully with every successive government is to show just how much more we can do in our efforts to disregard the law, again, in these efforts to accumulate as much wealth as we possibly can, irrespective of what else is the consequence of our efforts. That we've done very well.
Good treatise, but I will tell you something. I think the citizen is not yet sufficiently empowered to tame government. I think that is really the problem, because we are held hostage by government. Yes, we have made progress. We have made, and I already admitted that there is even the new constitution itself is an important development, which other countries are copying and looking towards Kenya as a good example of having a good constitution. But when I look back, especially at the current government, you see that it is trying to go back on the constitution and claw back on it. So, yes, there is progress. I mean, the fact that there are roads, even the expressway, we have. When I was going to secondary school near a city's home, we used to drive, get into those face me matatus.
Seven aside.
Niangalie. And the roads were not tarmacked. But now, today, I can drive to my village, and the only distance that I cover that is not tarmacked is about 150 meters to my home. So there is progress indeed. We must agree. But I think we need to say that in terms of human rights, there is a balance we need to make between fiscal infrastructural development and human development. And that is really where I find difficulty with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Harun, we thank you very much for joining us today. It's been a while. Come again soon, right? And we will have more conversations. Harun is the co-convener of the Kenya Tuitakayo Assembly. He's told us about it. Sounds like a very libertarian assembly of people. seeking less and less government. But thank you for coming. Keep it here for more conversations. Happy Jamhuri Day, everybody. It's 9 a.m. We have another guest in the next hour.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Chinese ambassador to Kenya, Zhu Pinjian, paid a courtesy call on former President Uhuru Kenyatta at his office in Nairobi. A statement from the retired president's office indicated that during the meeting, Uhuru conveyed his congratulatory message to the Chinese envoy ahead of the 60th anniversary celebrations to mark the establishment of Kenya-China diplomatic relations. The statement added that Ambassador Zhu reiterated the great impact the relations nurtured in fostering strong economic, political and cultural ties between Kenya and the People's Republic of China. Uhuru Kenyatta is also said to have briefed the Chinese ambassador about his current role in the continent, peace and security. The Kenya Revenue Authority says it has recorded a collection of over 1 trillion shillings as at December 8th this year. The authority's acting Commissioner of Strategy, Alex Mwangi, says the growth in revenues represents a 12.5% rise when compared to 857 billion shillings posted in the same period last year. Despite the performance, the taxman admitted that several key economic indicators posed challenges to its revenue mobilization efforts. They include a depreciating shilling and high interest rates. Hundreds of students from needy families have missed out on government funding and sponsorship on account of being underage. The students, many of whom were unable to write their end-of-semester exams due to fees arrears, are accusing the government of going back on its promise that no student would miss out on government funding. In late August, the cabinet waived a requirement of a national identity card for underage student scholarship and loan applications as it sought to make them eligible for allocations from the Higher Education Loans Board. Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu has assured Kenyans that the government will disburse national government constituency development funds in January to enable students to get bursaries to join Form 1. The delay in disbursement of NGCDF recently caused an uproar among MPs last week as several members of the National Assembly walked out of parliamentary proceedings to protest against the delay. Machogu assured that President William Ruto's government is putting modalities in place to release the NGCDF by next month. Kenya's Data Protection Commissioner Immaculate Kasait now says over 10,000 government services are being digitized in a deliberate effort to automate government services in the country, even as cybersecurity remains a major concern, not just in the country but globally. Equally, experts are calling for capacity building and training to help protect data systems. Speaking when she officiated the launch of a cybersecurity hub at Riara University in Nairobi, Kasait outlined the government's plan to fully go digital, noting that it is aimed at accelerating service delivery. And Kenyans will be forced to dig deeper into their pockets for services from the National Transport and Safety Authority if proposals to increase its service charges are actualized. The authority is proposing an increase of up to 900% for services to fund its budget deficit amounting to over 2.3 billion shillings. In draft proposals by the NTSA that are being subjected to stakeholder engagement, the road service licenses for public service vehicles will change with between 98% to 100% as a road license for a PSV with between 6 to 8 passengers moves from 2,700 shillings to 5,400 shillings, with that of PSV with 26 passengers or more making a 98% rise to 8,400 shillings. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Not much in terms of traffic this morning. I don't think we're going to see much of it at all. Movement on Jogo Road is not translating to bumper, and it's flowing smoothly around the Camp Kunji roundabout and then heading out onto Haile Selassie. Off the Thika Superhighway, traffic is moving for who is on the roads this morning, and nobody's running to any kind of traffic whatsoever. Coming off of Lower Kabete, heading out towards Spring Valley, and then coming in from Village Market on Limuru Road into the city, out of the city, you'll will be in and out without any kind of hold-ups this morning. So we're keeping an eye on things. Let's see what's happening closer to the end of what would ordinarily be traffic hour. And we'll talk in the meantime on SpiceFM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
At 6:09, we are on to the final hour of The Situation Room today. Still happy Jamhuri Day, Kenya's Independence Day. We didn't ask the constitutional lawyer to break it down for us.
He actually did break it down.
What happened on 1st of June 1963, December 1963, December 1964?
He told us.
He did?
Yes.
When we were here together?
He made a statement. He
said,
we were here. He described it in one statement.
What did he say?
He said, I am not mentioning a certain name because did he not say?
Bas.
Yes.
Yeah. Our next guest is an author, and he has authored. This book has a beautiful cover. Eh?
No, that cover is beautiful. Beautiful, kabisa.
Yeah. Luo of Kenya. Chronicled Profile of Clans by Stephen Osieyo. Stephen is our guest. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of The Situation Room.
Yes, thank you very much for welcoming me.
Happy Jamhuri Day to you.
To me, I was born on the 12th of December 1958, so happy birthday to me.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Abbas.
Nakula cake. Sindio? Cake ndio hii.
Yes, cake amekuja.
Cake amekuja.
Cake ndo huyu.
Yes.
So you're just a couple of months older.
No, me, I'm a couple of months older
than him. When did you first meet Stephen?
We met in 1976.
1976?
Yes.
Where? How do you even remember it? I met this guy first. Do you remember the first time we met Ndu?
No. Well, I know, look.
It was 2000 and what? See, now can you imagine?
See, now I want to remember the exact day. I know the year, and I'm trying to imagine
you know the year?
Exact same place that it was.
So where did you meet Stephen in 1976?
Homa Bay High School. Yes.
What was happening there?
I had gone there to Form 5. Yes. And he was in that school already.
I see.
Yes. And we were friends.
You became friends.
It's actually odd. It's odd. You don't have to mention it. He and I are going to be discussing this later. How did we become friends? Because we became very good friends. Yes.
Very good. And he's looking at you like, don't.
No, but it is true. We became very good friends.
Don't say anything more than that.
Yeah.
He's giving you that look like, please.
Fifth Amendment.
Please sit.
What happens in Homa Bay High School?
Just remains
in Homa Bay High School.
Just keep it there.
Okay.
Welcome, Stephen.
Thank you.
City has the day's proverb.
Yes, I do. From the Republic of Djibouti.
Right.
Okay. It has a population of 1 million. I thought I would just mention that. Or thereabouts.
1 million what?
People.
Okay.
People.
Okay.
Human beings, brother.
New Zealand has a population of how many million sheep?
Tuna fish. Okay.
1 million people. That's the population
beings.
of Djibouti.
Yes, thereabouts. Okay. It's not like the other country we're mentioning that are the range.
The range of
you're told there are between 3.9 and 6 point. No, this is 1 million.
Okay.
Good. The proverb. What an adult sees from the ground, a boy cannot see even if he climbs a silk cotton tree.
Stephen, how do you interpret that proverb?
I would say something to do with experience. The old man has seen much worse, and what the boy is seeing, they've already seen before. I think that's what it means, yeah. Where what you are going through, your father went through, and so long before you were born. So it stays. Don't marry from that clan. Don't marry from that clan.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I mean, there are 45 clans of the Luo. If it tells you don't marry from a Lego clan, just look for the other, any other. You can go to Kabuoch, Kadem, Kadhola, Kagan, Kajulu. You can go to any.
But you have to come to this one.
You have to come to Kanyamwa.
And you can go to Gemaso.
You can go to Yumbo. Yeah. Why did you decide to write this book about the clans of the Luo?
Yeah, why specifically the clans? I could have written anything about the Luo. But what happened is that we've talked about writing with some gentleman here a long time ago, and he was giving me tips. Then life got in the way, and we didn't do anything. But I kept close to culture and things like that. And the Tony Blair government really promoted multiculturalism, and they even put funds aside for heritage. You start an NGO on heritage, they fund you for that. So that time I thought about setting up a network of Luo groups all over East Africa. But then it died a natural death. It died a stillbirth. But it was in my mind to write something about the Luo. Then one time I got talking to my daughters, and I said, you can't marry Origi because it's from my clan. And they said, who knows about these clans? Then I said, somebody must put it down why they cannot marry whoever they want. Then I say that the first thing is talk about how did this clan start. And when I looked down, I found some writing. And first of all, these writings were way back. 54, the most impressive one. Of course, we have a lot of Luo writings in libraries, in museums, by Wazungus, by anybody who wants to. But they don't cover the Luo globally. And I said, let me do something as a blog. And then the blog, people said, no, we want this in a textbook. And they kept on demanding. In fact, after the last moment, they were saying, it's Luo history, don't put it on paperback, we want it hardcover. It's going to be expensive, but we don't care. So, so that is how we got. And then when I went looking down, I found that all that area, we went to school, city, Karachuonyo, populous as they are, very educated. Nobody had ever put in a textbook talking about their clans. You have them in libraries, you have in folklore, and there are so many groups there that are there in folklore that came up with, but nobody has ever put a book that a young boy in the diaspora can show to his, or a young woman can say, oh, you want to marry me? I'm from Kabuoch, for example, and this is our history written here. I don't have to tell you again. We never had anything like that, and it shocked me that half of the country was like, half of the community was like that. So I said, I'll put in some oral literature from tradition as though it's not written, and that will be helpful to our community. Yes.
Stephen, I must take you back. After that moment when you spent some years together with City in high school, what did you go on to study, and what did you then practice?
Yeah. Can I talk about him as well?
Yes.
No, please, absolutely. It's absolutely necessary.
No, these people
don't seek
are
his permission.
dying. In fact, that's what I want to ask you.
Don't leave anything out.
Steve, he was against me taking finances and accounting like that, but he accepted it. and encouraged me along the way. He wanted to do military law. I don't know what happened the way. That is what the city wanted to do.
He's militant like that.
Yes, I changed my mind. I decided to become a teacher.
Yeah. So from there was this UNCTAD proposal in Africa, like many UN proposals that get promoted and they end up nowhere. There was a promotion that Africa should do more with non-university degrees and go into technical subjects. And that is when I took on to accountancy, being very obedient to UN. And then I studied accountancy. I started working with the NGO sector. I worked with several NGOs in Kenya. Then when my wife went to the UK and did nursing there, I decided to join, and that was in 1999. Then I've been working with international NGOs since then. In finance, which is very far removed from literature, far removed from culture, but I've always been involved in a people kind of thing. I spent a year in international exchange program in the US. And after that is when I met Citi, and we talked a lot about such things, the politics of culture, and Citi was very good at that, and that's, So that has been my life, finance administrator in INGOs, yes.
I mean, I think every time we find that we as Africans are putting down our culture and our history in books, I think that there's a benefit that is so far-reaching that we maybe do not understand it. That for the longest time, what we read in books is what people who knew nothing about us have put in books then for us to read. So I'm always excited when there's one of us who's putting down history, putting down culture, putting down unknown information, and then can present a piece of information for generations. You talked about your daughter's influence on then putting some of this then down again and saying, look, my daughter can show up and marry somebody that she's essentially related to. So beyond the knowledge of that social construct, what are some of the things that would benefit folks from learning? I mean, my goodness, there are very many Kenyans who would just assume that, Luos are Luos, but here we are looking at how many clans are these, like, if I counted them.
36 minus 1.
Sorry?
35.
Yeah, so I mean, here we are saying there are 35 different, in their own right, clans of the Luo that we didn't even assume that they were different in nature. Why did you decide to do it that way?
Yes, I thought it was the easiest way because despite all these modernity and changes, if you meet a Luo girl and you say, oh, where are you from? She'll say, I'm from Kusakwa. And without knowing the full meaning of Sakwa, that is culture, that clan has stuck to the Luos, despite the fact that she might not speak much Luo, but she'll say Anya game. And then the issue was, we have a federal structure here. This one I discovered while writing that. We have a federal structure in Luo, and despite them being different, they are connected in some way. They come together on issues. They come together to fight, to throw stones, but they're different. They come together to, for example, to agree with the white man, okay, we'll go and fight your war that has nothing to do with us. Okay, well, we'll go to your schools. I mean, take our girls from home and take them to your schools. They agree together. But when it comes to times for fighting, again, they set up the fight. So there was some sort of federal structure here. But these ones I discovered while writing. And I took that and then I looked at, okay, who built these clans? I mean, from Sudan, we didn't have them. And sort of they grew when we arrived in Western Kenya. There were not so many. And as they moved to the southern part of the lake, the clans increased. Then the question was, who makes these clans?
And what informed the making of the clans?
And why did it stop? And I think a question has come, who stopped them being more than that? And who is in charge of these clans? And now these are the things I was discovering while going down, that some people were in charge of these clans. And it revealed a lot about the Luo as a community, something that even the Luos might not even know themselves. Some that came and people who are reviewed, young people who are reviewing, saying, "Oh, you mean this feminism started in Luo a long time ago?" Then I said, "I don't know." Then they gave me the points I've written in my book that supports that. Then one said, the word feminism is a European word. Maybe we didn't know it. It doesn't apply to Africans. We just do the things we should do, and it's not there.
They just appear normal.
Yes, they appear normal. That
That's natural things that happen.
Yes, that who is in charge of governance? The women were in charge of governance. The men did the aggregation of wealth, raiding, and once it reaches home, once you get the land,
managed by the woman.
Yeah. And maybe that's why it was managed so well. I didn't say that, CT. That is
no, but I like
that was an ad lib. Can I change that?
No, but Steve, it's actually a very correct. We had this same discussion the other day.
Yesterday.
Yes, yesterday, and we're talking about how it is that the role of women are diminished, and yet it's very central to very many things that we actually do. And the influence permeates almost everything, and yet when you listen to the narrative, especially if it's a male-dominated narrative, it diminishes that very, very importance. And yet our communities, as Kenyan communities, we see it replicated over and over and over. And yet we want to say it doesn't exist. So when you say it exists, we are in agreement it exists.
Yes, yeah. And here's the interesting thing. Did you know the smallest unit of a clan, even your clan, is named after a woman, never the man?
That I knew.
What do you mean the smallest unit?
We have.
So what's the structure of a clan?
The structure of a clan is that, okay, you have the Luos, then you have the clans, then you have the sub-clans, which are more or less the smaller group after that. Then the sub-clan is always the name of a woman, Katieno, Kachieng. The question is, or when we were being asked, when I was being interrogated, why the woman? Why is the mother? And some things came up. Why is it that a Luo woman never changes her name? Changing of name is a European concept. They always say Nyasakwa, Nya Kamagambo, Atieno Nya, whatever it is. A Luo woman stays that way after the day she dies. Why is it that? So these are the things they were catching me on and saying, do you really know your culture? And these are young people now interrogating my book. Yeah, so this I discovered along the way. I don't want to say that I knew them, but I discovered along the way while writing, and it expanded the book as we are going.
Something that you said, that by the time the Luo were moving from the Sudan region, coming to occupy this western part of Kenya, they did not have these structures. That these structures developed while residing here.
Yes.
So which was the first clan, and how did it come about?
This has to be, from Professor Goat, has to be Jokowiny. And from a Jokowiny, you will have what you call Jokaruth, and that is where you have the Ogello people. Of course, everybody knows Obama. That should be the first clan, the first group to come. Then there was another group that came in, and then a third group that came in. So they came in 3 tranches. Now, how they developed from here into clans is that from a family, you don't marry your sister, you know, and then if your sister marries from across the clans and you marry somebody from across the clan, and it must have been biological life experiencing situation where, especially in an area where there's malaria and sickle cell, that you marry the closest and your children die, so stay away, then children will leave. They might call it Chira, but scientifically we can prove that it's not Chira, it's
biology.
Yeah, it's biology and that must have been something experienced that, he married the closest cousin and they don't have children. Why? So marry away. That must have been the reason. So the clans developed that way. That is my assumption how it developed, and they said you marry away as much as possible, you keep distance, and then the clans develop from there. Yes.
So if we're saying that the first group was, what do you call them?
Jokowiny, yeah.
There's the Jokowiny.
Yes.
So was that a clan? It wasn't.
It wasn't a clan. It was a group of a troop that came across to Kenya. And usually in such a group, you are accompanied by so many people. The dominant person bears the name. Practically, the dominant person bears the name. But it was a group of people that came under the banner of Joko Winy, who was a warrior. But there must have been several, not hangers on, people who accompanied and became part of the clan. Another one is Lego, closely associated with that. And Lego had a very clever person who believed in safety numbers. So what he did was every newcomer, whether you are a Luo or not, he will swear you into allegiance, we'll work together. And the clan developed from that. So you find that in Lego, he had even brother-in-law swearing allegiance, and they form sub-clan from that. Jokaugag, for example. And that was a brother-in-law, and they made them a Lego. So a Lego became, it was a safety in numbers. A bigger number, you survive. And that is how a Lego developed. Some developed direct from family, but not all, that they were children of the same bloodlines. That coming together is.
How do they start multiplying?
From the bedroom?
Well, there's
that is a good question. We have to go back to Lake Albert about 1500. What people used to do by then, and I think this happened with many tribes, even as far as West Africa, and many groups, that you try to conquer a group and you make them your subjects. They become part of you. Now with the Luo, what they did is that they would, when the movement started, is that in their raids, they would raid for wealth, they would raid just to keep the enemies off. But in the captives, the Luos had a very interesting one, is that instead of enslaving, even though you are a slave, you become a clan, and they allow you to intermarry as long as you form an allegiance. What that had is that there was expansion in numbers. And that is what made the Luos that came towards Kenya expand so rapidly. And because their style was to expand, their main mission was to expand their numbers. And with their numbers, the number became very huge within a very short period. And even when they decided to settle down, they resorted to, I discovered what's a better word. They resorted to custom and habits that will make them procreate more. And you'll find that City will not like this one. In most of the Luo rituals, it was always punctuated by, younger Luos criticize it, but it was always
punctuated by some sexual activity.
Okay, you said it. I didn't say it, but yeah.
Yes.
So
in every ritual,
planting, harvest.
Would it be public?
Sorry?
Would it be public?
Yeah.
It was a custom that was accepted and it was known.
Sorry, I'm very confused.
So, okay, but is it being practiced like, so we have planted, it's the end of the day, tumekula, tumeshiba, and then now all of you guys go to the field and...
No. You have to explain it. That if, if a ritual or an installment is not punctuated by you being friendly to your wife or having a happy, harmonious home, then it means the home is cursed. Right. But if you look at it, this was just to encourage procreation. And because they were not moving and conquering new clans when they settled around the lake, again they expanded. And these strategies made the Luo group expand very fast. And as noted by Professor Goat as well, that is one of the things that made them expand so fast. And that expansion led to either shunting of some communities or a martial group. Fighting did not come as, they didn't have to think twice before start a fight. I think that, yeah. So militarily they would engage if that is, and that way they expanded. There were people that were found in that land, and they expanded very fast and occupied that part of the lake, which was good for them because apart from the food, one side of the lake was a natural boundary of water. So you only had to focus on one side of the lake, yes.
So even as you look at all of these, the progression from history, then looking into today, how do you see, even as you put this down, how do you see that historic, whether it's behavior or practice, has affected happenings today?
Yes, that's a very interesting question. And I'm glad you mentioned it so that I don't have to look for it. Because one thing that has been noticed within the Luo, whether in the diaspora or in Kenya, is that the Luo women are very stable in the cultural norms. And two, that stability gives them the strength to start like self-help groups. And they are very successful. And whether you are in Kenya or in the UK, whenever you move, the first person's credit card to be blacklisted is always a man, never the women. You never find women with blacklisted. Like, that means that there's some stability, and that acknowledgement of the women's role will help in the Luo man acknowledging that we can't have separate governance. We have to work together. It doesn't mean you are less of a man. So that is helpful in that way. Some of the emerging issues that came are even issues to do with the clans. Now that we cannot, can somebody tell us who else we can marry, because the generations have gone down, and some of these emerging issues, like you mentioned, need to come out in the fall so that they are discussed and resolved, so that we don't stick to customs that are not good for us. Like CT, remember the election, one of the election exams they used to use to bar black people from voting. Things like draw a straight line around this sentence. And there's such, how do you draw a straight line around a sentence? But it was used to bar black people from voting. Now, we might have customs that are like that. Like we have many women or many Luo ladies, probably in the 60s now, was never married, but she had children. And for the children to marry, the customs say, oh, your dowry must have been paid. There must be a point where you say, okay, no, even though her dowry was not paid, she can move on with their life. The young people can move on with their lives. So your question is very relevant, that we need to look at all this, the emerging issues, and resolve them. Another one is, which is a myth, very wrong myth, that a Luo woman had to be married. That's not true. We have clans, Luo clans, major ones, who are ladies who either married an outsider and stuck to the clan, or never married but had children, or married but refused to go. The man must live with them in their community. So it's not, those are myths.
Tell us those clans. Not that one.
You don't have to keep away from them.
You have to mention those clans. Let's take a break.
It's not, so these are some of the myths we have to get rid of. Thank you.
28 minutes to 10. Stephen Osieyo is the author of a new book, Luo of Kenya, Chronicled Profile of Clans. This is a good book, and says it had to be hardcover. What's the problem? Expensive, why? We will buy. What's the problem? He'll tell us where we can buy the book. It's a very good one. And we're discussing how he came about to writing the book. We'll be looking into the greater details of the book, and also how he chose to arrange it the way he has arranged it. Keep it here for more. Ndu, you'll tell us about weather, about traffic, and then we've got to step out for a meeting.
Yes.
Okay. So do that first.
All right.
Aye.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier service for all your courier needs. We deliver with pride.
some very nice, mature music.
They really take me back to my days, and I can just feel get and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 16. In a sunny Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 14, and we'll see highs of 25. In a partly sunny Nyeri at 19. It's 18 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 12. And looking into a mostly sunny Mombasa at 28, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 25. And then into Malindi, it's sunny at 29 with highs of 32 and lows of 26. While Kisumu this morning is sunny at 25, it'll go to highs of 27. It's 23 and sunny in Kakamega with highs of 28 and lows of 16. Into Kampala, it's partly sunny at 22 with highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam will see highs of 31, where it's partly sunny at 29. Johannesburg is sunny at 18 with highs of 27 and lows of 14, while looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 30, it'll go to highs of 32. Addis Ababa will see highs of 25, where it's partly sunny at 18. And then looking into Lagos, it's mostly sunny at 25 with highs of 33, while Kinshasa is cloudy at 23 with highs of 29. Tuesday afternoon is -2 and cloudy in Beijing with highs of 0 and lows of -4, while Paris is cloudy at 11, London is rainy at 11, and it's 3 degrees and partly cloudy in New York Monday night. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 7 and lows of -2. This morning, seeing as most folks either heading to celebrations or staying at home and watching them from where they are, traffic has just flowing smoothly on Jogo Road, heading out towards Landis, and that's probably the most of the action that we'll see, at least for now. It's looking good in most other parts in and outbound of the capital and other parts of the city. Keeping an eye on things through the day. Talk to us on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Spice and everything nice. All right.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Conversation continues with Stephen Osiro, the author of Lure of Kenya, chronicling profiles of the clans. And as you were taking the break, you're telling us about, the dynamism of the various clans. There would be clans where, for example, like you said, women would retain their homes. You get married, but the man is the one who comes here. They would retain their names, clans. There are clans where women do not have to get married. They'd have children, and they wouldn't get excommunicated. What informed all this?
Thank you very much. The arrangement I was talking about is it's not uniform per clan, but what I was acknowledging is that you have incidences where a woman never got married, but their clan arose from that clan. For example, a sub-clan arose from that. And the sub-clan, for example, in, without name, Orierogo's clan and Kamarogo's clan, they arose because a girl from a game clan.
What's that clan called?
Kanyibuop. Kanyibuop. A girl from a game clan married a Kalenjin. And I think she didn't fancy going to Kalenjin land. And she stayed in game and became Kanyibuop sub-clan within game. That is. So
the Kalenjin man moves
and lives in game now. So the point I was driving across is that some of these happenings is that the community was very dynamic, that they would see a problem and come up with a solution. They were not just rigid structures that were never moved despite the condition. And there were several clans that we call the Jokanyako, which you can trace. I'll pick on, without naming the clans, but there are these clans that they came out of a condition that the community acknowledged that it does exist. One of them was a lady who was blind, and knowing that she's blind, she cannot be married elsewhere. Her marital value goes down. So she married within her clan, and her children became a descendants of Jokanyako. So this is a community that, in my opinion, I'm not without being overpraised and over romantics, that the customs that we had were not rigid customs as they are painted. They are not so primitive as they can be painted by calling them tribes, that there were very well-organized systems of operation that exist. And I'm sure in many African tribes this exists. There are conditions for organizing the way they live.
You know, what is of interest is what it is or how it is. You brought in a very interesting anthropological perspective here. That is, looking at how groups of people, you said, govern themselves, yes, the norms by which they feel they should conduct their lives, and then there's a reason why it is that they feel it is so. Listening to what Stephen is saying, it's a society that had learned to accommodate its diversity. Instead of ostracizing it, you accommodate it. This is not what other people are doing, but someone is doing it, you accommodate it. And you accommodate to the point of even giving it a name and a title so that it is recognized. So historically, you can actually tell someone's origin or someone's background by simply telling you exactly where. Someone tells you where they come from, they've actually told you their history. Just by mentioning that one, I come from this, the history then becomes, this is the clan of the people who did this and this and this. But I have to ask, what happened to communities where people are known to be night runners?
Oh, this is interesting. From where I gathered this, night running was, in my putting on the little science I know, is, in my opinion, these people are just sleepwalkers, But then the thing is that why did the community tolerate them? The community tolerated them, and say you have a place where you have a lot of cattle, and somehow cattle is disappearing, or there is a suspected incest in the community, or there's infidelity in the community. Who do you think will tell you? Who do you think the old men will go to?
A guy who's up at night.
Yes, they'll go to the night runner, and they not tell them, we know you're a night runner. They'll ask, CT, this case of this young girl is pregnant. I wonder what's happening. And CT would say, have you checked with the Chingowete? And without asking where were you or what did you see, that was the intelligence. Or where a cattle is disappearing, the old men would go to these guys. So as much as they appear evil and all that, what I gathered is that they were valuable. They were value, and there were many in areas where they were keeping cattle against cattle raiders. Against cattle rustlers, especially when you think of the Homa Bay terrain, the cattle rustlers who believed all cows in the world belonged to them. You know them, I'm not naming names. They would come for them. And the cattle rustling was there up to 70s. And who would protect the community against the cattle rustlers?
The night watchers.
Yeah. Why is it that it's only the cattle rustling areas where you have more night runners?
I had never thought of it that way, actually. I never thought of it.
So these people are not sleepwalking.
Which may be advanced sleepwalking, but they are not sleepwalking, in my opinion. Yeah,
they're aware of what's happening.
Yes.
And it's not a condition, is it?
It's not a condition because they are able to control it, in my opinion. They are able to control it. Yeah.
But also it is said that it is hereditary as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That it's very, very unlikely that you would be that way inclined if someone in your lineage was not inclined. You see, now the issues of marriage then would come in. Okay? Do you want your child, your sibling, your relatives to marry?
To be like you.
To marry into that. But that they married and that they also had families means people did marry.
Yeah.
And that, in my mind, is what speaks or bespeaks of the tolerance. It was understood, but yeah.
It is what it is.
It was what it was, and it was accepted that it was what it was.
And incidentally, they don't kill people.
No. They were not known to kill people, not at all.
So why are they shunned? Just because of the oddity of being up at night?
They're a nuisance.
So, I think. A nuisance, yes.
They're a nuisance. They were not known. They were just known to be mischievous.
Yeah.
And if you had made the mistake of having a corrugated iron roof, then they sort of like rattle your roof with it at night and wake you up.
It's not fun. You wouldn't be laughing if you're young, you know that. As a young person, there was something laughable. But now we can laugh, yeah.
Did the clans stop forming at some point?
At the book launch, that's very interesting. Maybe you're at the book launch. At the book launch, they asked those questions. They asked, these are emerging issues that we must resolve. Why did they stop? And if they stopped, why can they be allowed to remarry at a certain stage? Why don't we have new laws? And it was agreed that this needs, it's beyond this book, and it needs sort of a national symposium to find out. I'll tell you, like the Karachuonyo people are so many, and they don't intermarry. And it's followed religiously that
you cannot marry within
Karachuonyo will not marry Karachuonyo, even at gunpoint. Well, I haven't tested that, but yes, yeah. But they will not, and they follow it religiously, whether they're in Nairobi or where. So
but they have all these other many 40+ clans to marry.
Well, I did a chat on marriage clans. It's in the book. You can access it by the QR code here. And I remember my sister's, my daughter's friend who was there, looked at them and said, "But there's a lot of this green. Why do we stick? Why are you paying attention to the red where you cannot marry? All this green we can marry. What's wrong? What's the problem here?" So your question is right that. But there are all these other clans you can marry. Why are we sticking to your clan? You are told not to marry.
So if you're a member of one clan, let's pick one clan, the Kanyada clan.
Yes,
all right?
Yes.
Just as an example.
Yes.
You cannot marry within the Kanyada clan. Are there other clans that the Kanyada clan should not marry from?
That's a very good question, and you picked the most difficult clan to handle. So, as a general rule, Kanyada should not marry within Kanyada. One. Two. But Kanyada, because they are who they are, they have certain rules that develop that they are allowed to intermarry within certain, let's say you have Kanyada, A sub-clan, Kanyada, B sub-clan. They have a permutation where C can marry with D. And
so within the sub-clan?
Within the sub-clan. And you have that also in a clan like Kamageta, which if you are your maternal relationship that say within clan D of another group, say game, you are not allowed to marry as Luos. But with them, they say, yes, we can.
What informs this?
That's a good question. And that is probably the symposium they are saying. There must have been reasons for this. But are those reasons still subsisting?
One of it was bloodlines. If you could trace a bloodline, then that is someone you could actually not marry. Because remember, in traditional African society, we didn't have cousins. We had brothers and sisters. And when someone was your brother or your sister, there was a bloodline that connected you. Now, where there was none, even if they were relations, like, say, my cousin's wife's sister, that is somebody we can marry.
That's removed.
Yes, or even my wife's sister, we could marry. Because I'm actually not related to her.
Yes.
Now, that is what they looked at.
While in other groups in Kenya,
yes,
you cannot marry your wife's sister. They say, how can you do that?
Yes.
But you see, with the Luo, scientifically, there's no blood relationship. What's the problem here? I'm not carrying.
So the whole issue here is there are clans, and then those clans have cousins.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And so we are saying that within this clan, if these are your cousin clans, then don't go there. Go beyond that circle.
Yes.
And expand. So one has to know But then, are these clans geographically placed? So you know, if I'm in this region, this is my clan, and my cousins are across the ridge and the other ridge, so I have to go 2 ridges away.
That is probably going to be my biggest problem in this book, because I've revealed what I should not reveal. They are not geographically placed. For example, the one that is going to kill me is Tom Boyer. Tom Boyer was born somewhere here, around here, but he comes from Rusinga. Yes,
in
but
Julia.
but he comes from Rusinga, is where his parents were. Rusinga is a Baganda word meaning Ireland. So there's no Luo clan called Rusinga. But his father were immigrants from a Sembo clan. And they went and lived there. So superficially you can say he's a Sembo.
Yeah.
But when you come to a Sembo clan and you try to say a Sembo Kanyigoro, a Sembo is not one, no, Kanyigoro is not one of the sons of a Sembo. So where are they from? Alego, Karwoth. So in the way I'm doing clans, I'm not talking geography, I'm not talking politics, the way I'm doing clans, I place Tom Boyer in Alego. Now, that is going to be a problem. But we have to have a rule. We have to follow. Either we are going by clans or we are going geographically. If we are going by clans, I am right in doing that.
Alego.
But if we're going to go by geography, then even Barack Obama is not from Alego. He's from Chicago. Is it Chicago or Iowa or wherever it is? Where is it?
But it makes perfect sense, because if you look at even the area that I come from, which we call Kano as such, literally every clan that is in Kano, with the exception of, I think, 3, were immigrants.
Yes.
The clan I come from, were immigrants.
We moved to Kano?
Yes, we came from South Nyanza.
From where?
South Nyanza. The Kintu Bay area.
Okay.
So, you...
But then, is there a clan with a similar name?
Yes.
In South Nyanza?
Yes, Katolo, yes.
You'll find Katolo.
You will find it
in South Nyanza,
yes,
and you'll find the Katolo
in Kano.
Kano.
You'll find it, yes.
So you'll basically say we are Katolo.
Essentially, you can connect. If you wish to look for it, you can. Part of the reason why tradition you would find, for instance, or someone who is inclined towards tradition would always inquire when someone wants to get married, where does the girl come from?
Yes.
Where does the young man come from? Who are the parents? It's not just what do they do? No. Where do they come from?
Where do they come from?
Because you would know an aunt of yours married there. Or an uncle of yours had a wife, whatever the case was, and you would connect. Part of the reason why you found there were so many visits when people wanted to marry,
to establish this.
To establish these things, among other things, so that as you bring in, because you never went alone, it was very easy when a congregation of people came for you to say, but isn't that so-and-so? But so-and-so is that. It was part of the reason why these processes were as lengthy as they were. Yes.
To establish this.
Just to establish, to ensure and to guarantee.
To avoid intermarriage.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
That's the idea.
Because of the biology.
Yes.
Mostly it's because, if you intermarry at this point, you're basically just killing the lineage.
You are. In fact, what was interesting, you would find children born out of wedlock were welcomed in many of our communities. And it was specifically for that, because it was believed that people give it supernatural qualities, but it was this person who is unlikely to have those biological problems that we have, or the traits that could follow us.
Okay.
But even more interestingly, within the community, it was allowed. Like you, Eric, I could invite you to a home and give you land. Literally, give you land. And that could be your home. Now, you would form a sub-clan.
Right.
And when you formed a sub-clan, that's when you would be told, no, Eric's clan you can marry from.
That's like a pure clan.
You can marry from that one. Because there is no blood relation. Now, if you ask, is when you'd be told, actually, this fellow this is how he came to be here. Yes.
So then coming to the modern day, and that's the whole idea where this thing was birthed. Coming to modern day, and looking back into those reasons why, you have to think about this clan and the other clan and that clan, do you think that DNA has been broken? That now you don't have to really dig deep into, you meet a girl, you like the girl, you just marry the girl. Clan what? Do you think it's important for us to consider?
Matters of faith are very powerful. When these customs come in, they become matters of faith. So even if a woman said, I don't care, I'm Olego Kagelo, I live in Chicago, I can marry so-and-so from London. But deep inside, there's the issue of faith. What does her faith say? And it's that faith that is so difficult, and our 1,000-year faith of Luos, you will not get rid of it just like that. Still a Luo woman would introduce themselves Anya Sakwa, and she has all the pride of Anya Kano, and she has all the pride of Kano. Now, it will be difficult for her to say Anya Kano and Anya Chicago at the same time. Let's say pick one. I mean, who are you? And they would always pick on Kano. They'll fall on Kano. Not because Trump says go back to Africa, no? But naturally they would pick on that, yes.
They feel that's their identity.
Yes. So your question is right that does it really matter now? But in the mind of the Luo girl, can I say it in Luo? Itedo Nowadu, you married your brother. Who are you? You couldn't even find a man. You had to marry your brother, you know? And to a Luo man as well, when they're having a pub, probably when he goes to the toilet, he's useless. He married a sister. You know, the biology is thrown off. It's not there anymore. At that instant, the biology is not there. The DNA, the sciences have been thrown away. So it's a matter of faith now that is now controlling things. And
Stephen, how does all this play into the politics that lures our stone-throwing nature and everything violent that is associated with our people? How does it play? It's in the book somewhere.
That is probably part 3 of the book. When I looked at, we have these clans, and from what we have seen, even the Kikuyus were a nation, and there's the issue of nationhood. I've borrowed Tom Boyer's word, The Challenge of Nationhood, and then I borrowed also Tom Boyer's book of Independence and After. So after independence, what happened to the Luo clan and the Luo federal structure the way it is? And I've looked at the challenges that they met. And my reasoning is that in dealing with tribalism, and tribalism affected the growth in Africa so much. That is why Southeast Asia is doing so well. They don't have as many tribes. But Africa has that problem of tribalism. And every African government met it. Kenya, like any African country, met it. But Nyeri approached it a different way. Mobutu approached it a different way. Uganda approached it a different way. Kenyatta approached it a different way. What he knows best, or the people around him. And I'm sorry to say, in trying to deal with it, Kenyatta approached the cultural attack. And that is the worst attack you can ever have, because it's almost spiritual attack. He should have approached it another way. So what happened in the aftermath of when the issues came with confrontation with the Mboya and the Odinga, and then there was this old thing, that's cultural. Old thing, condemning and calling uncircumcised. It's the only nation that talks about that to judge people. That was a cultural attack. And what happens in a cultural attack? If you approach it that way, you lose. Culture is very powerful. All over the world, we know that. I'm not saying that. Culture is very powerful. And when that happened, siege mentality came in. And I've broken it into year after year. Excuse me. The sort of attacks that were there, and the choir was picked up. You had shows like, I'm not attacking the mass media, Vitimbi. Vitimbi was a cultural attack on the Luo. We laughed. While the rest of the world were banning shows that profiled certain communities, Vitimbi, in prime time, before football, when everybody's watching, was being used to profile a Luo as Ojwang Atari, a dim-witted, dyslexic, somebody who is so scared, jumps on the table when he sees a cockroach, he cannot wear the shoes. That was the image of the Luo. And that was a cultural attack. And it continued for years. Now, when you do that to a community, culturally, they go into a siege mentality. And what happens in a siege mentality? The next point is?
Push back.
push back. And when they push back in everything they know better.
Violence.
And it made them stronger. And I'm not saying people should do that, but it came into a situation where we are on our own. Yeah.
We've got to gang together.
That's what a siege mentality
to fight together.
Yes. We're under attack.
Stephen, thank you very much. Thank you for telling us about this book. Thank you for appearing today. Luo of Kenya, Chronicled Profile of Clans. Where can one buy it?
It's available in Nuria now, and I'm trying to explore other bookshops that can do it. Yes.
Safi sana. Look for it. It's a good book. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. Enjoy your day. Have a happy Jamhuri Day. See you again tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Chinese ambassador to Kenya, Zhu Pinjian,